looking for more accountability. So that appetite on its own has led to the new crop of leaders who, when sent to institutions like
Good morning, honorable members. I would like to welcome you all. I would like to also call the meeting to order. I now invite the committee secretary to present the credentials of members and confirm the quorum in line with Article 17 of the SADC-PF Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I'm going to present the credentials for today. We have in our midst the committee, the chairpersons of standing committees who form part of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, being member from Malawi, that is the chairperson, and the member from Seychelles, Honorable Regina Esperon, Honorable Kelly Sam Nadine, Tanzania, Honorable Shelley Josepha Raymond, Zimbabwe, Honorable Tendai Yabani, Lesotho, Honorable Dr. Pinky Manamolela, and they being present in our midst, all the members, we confirm that the quorum is constituted and we will proceed with the meeting accordingly. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, Toko. Honorable members, the draft agenda for the meeting was circulated to all members. Are there any proposals to amend the draft agenda? I see hand, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. May I kindly propose that on session 1, we expunge the first 2 presentations from the agenda and just settle for the 3rd bullet in view of the fact that this committee has been sitting already for the past 2 years and they would not need to be orientated yet again on their mandate. Chair, if it is acceptable, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. And I think indeed that is acceptable and it is in order. We shall do so.
Thank you, Chair. And in the place of those 2, may we kindly include the SADC transformation video, which will have relevance further on the next presentation that will be done by Mr. Shonene Kurasha. It is one of the paramount resolutions that the forum is currently, engaging with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. And indeed, that shall be taken on board as well. I see a hand from Seychelles.
Good morning. I wish to raise my hand to adopt the agenda as amended. Propose.
Thank you very much, Seychelles, for the proposal. Any seconder?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Seconded.
Thank you very much, Tanzania. And you. I think it's now in order. Honourable members, I'll go into my welcoming remarks. Salutations, honourable members of the SADC-PF Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, the Secretary General of the SADC-PF, Ms. Boyang Segoma, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, staff from the national parliaments, distinguished colleagues and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable members, distinguished colleagues, in welcoming you to this very important meeting of the SADC Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, allow me to start by stating that it is a pleasure for me to be chairing this meeting in this my last tenure as the chairperson of this committee. And I must say that I have gained a lot in working with just a minute, please. And I must say that I have gained a lot in working with the committee members in carrying out our constitutional mandate of monitoring and evaluating the progress made by the SADC member states in domesticating the SADC model laws. Honorable members, as we are all aware, there were a number of resolutions that were passed in the symposium during our 54th plenary assembly, where domestication of norms relating to disaster risk reduction and preparedness by parliaments, with emphasis on the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030. The number of people affected by disasters in the region require us as parliamentarians and as members of this committee to be actively involved in our oversight role in addressing the challenges that result from climate change. The resolutions which inform our discussions today include the call for the SADC Parliamentary Forum to ensure that climate governance, including disaster preparedness, is constantly addressed through its relevant standing committee, and the call for parliamentarians and member states to initiate programs and strategies to promote disaster preparedness and risk reduction and submit reports of these initiatives to ensure that the plenary assembly is kept informed on what our respective parliaments are doing to mitigate the effects of climate change in our communities. In this regard, it is therefore fitting that today we will be considering our mandate in relating to monitoring and domestication of the Sendai Framework under the theme enhancing the role of the RPMLOC in monitoring the domestication of SADC model laws and implementations of related policies and laws through structured reporting frameworks and mechanisms. A look at the domestication of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reductions. Honorable members, distinguished guests, the Sendai Framework provides member states with concrete actions to protect development gains from the risk of disaster and to gain parliamentarians in the development of frameworks and mechanisms for disaster risk reduction. To guide the parliamentarians in understanding and implementing the framework, there is a lot of literature at our disposal, and there are development partners who are always ready to partner with the forum to assist in information dissemination and offer technical assistance, which we hope to gain in today's meeting. As the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, it is tasked with the responsibility of monitoring and evaluating progress made by member states in domesticating model laws and implementing related laws and policies. And as leaders of our respective standing committees, we need to be proactive, and as such, it is apposite that we come up with strategies for carrying out this mandate including reporting frameworks and mechanisms which will enable us to track and evaluate the level of domestication of our model laws and related laws, the implementation of which will improve the living standards of our people. At this meeting, the understanding by the members of the Sandai framework and monitoring of its domestication and implementation will be enhanced. The committee will also benefit from the presentations from the able experts in the areas of disaster risk reduction. In this regard, honorable members will be able to gain from both an international perspective as well as presenters from the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction and the regional perspective on the subject matter, as we will be hearing from presenters who are working on strengthening the capacity of SADC member states in implementing the Sandai framework and supporting the alignment and harmonization of SADC member states' policies and programs to the Sandai framework. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, it is hoped that deliberations will not only capacitate the committee in its mandate, but will pave a way for strategies and opportunities for enhancing the awareness and understanding of the Sandai framework among member states. Further, it will enhance the capacity of member states to assess and monitor their disaster risk reduction strategies and identify areas for legislative and institutional reforms to strengthen their disaster risk reduction frameworks, which will in turn improve the disaster preparedness and management of the member countries. Honorable members, distinguished guests, parliamentarians are critical actors in ensuring that our respective parliaments actively participate in domestications initiatives in our respective countries, in particular those contained in the resolutions and recommendations of the Parliamentary Assembly. At this point, may I take this opportunity to commend those countries which are subscribed to and taking steps to domesticate the Sandai framework and other agreed regional and international climate smart standards, and urge those that still have challenges to prioritize strategies that will ensure domestication and implementation initiatives that will bring about the full realization of disaster preparedness and disaster risk reduction and the attainment of sustainable development goals and the implementation of the agreed Paris Agreement, which are key instruments in achieving sustainable development and fostering economic growth in the SADC region. Honorable members, distinguished guests, let me conclude my remarks by thanking you all for availing yourselves for this important meeting and thank all stakeholders and presenters who have accepted to engage with us and make presentations during our committee session. I therefore encourage honorable members to actively participate and take maximum advantage of this session by engaging with presenters on the issues under discussions, as this interaction will assist the committee in effectively carrying out their mandate. With these few words, I warmly welcome you all, and I wish us fruitful deliberations as I declare this meeting officially open. Thank you. Honorable members, I would like to introduce our colleague from the Seychelles, Honorable Kelly Simnondian. Sorry for the pronunciation. She's a new member. I think she replaced the outgoing, our late dear sister from the Seychelles. And also I'd like to introduce our colleague from Zimbabwe, Honorable Tendai Nyambani. He's also our new member. I think he just also replacing our former honorable member from Zimbabwe from the previous elections. And also, honorable members, let me take this opportunity to introduce to you our media. Dr. Magaza is a media and communication officer for the SADC Parliamentary Forum, who has been recruited under the SRHR project. He is responsible for media coverage for all forums, activities including standing committee work using various media platforms such as social media. During these committee meetings, Dr. Magaza will take pictures, issue press releases, remarks by chairpersons, presentations by the resource persons, and among issues. Dr. Magaza holds a doctorate degree of philosophy in media studies from the University of Namibia, and also a Master's of Art degree and bachelor's degree in the media studies, again obtained from the University of Namibia. Dr. Magaza has a vast experience in the media and communication field, having served as a communication and advocacy specialist for the SADC PF. He started as a communication consultant for the SADC PF from 2008 to date, as well as other regional organizations that include ARASA, SAT, and UNAIDS, which with different target audiences in 14 countries, including members of parliament, boundary partners, journalists, donors, and the community. Let me ask Dr. Magaza to stand wherever he is. And may I therefore ask honorable members to join me in welcome Dr. Magaza to this RPMLOC meeting, to this RPMLOC committee, as he's going to be doing a wonderful job in communicating to the public at large. Thank you very much, honorable members. I'll invite the committee secretary to take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, you will note that there is an evaluation form that the honorable members are requested to complete after the meeting. We request that the honorable members ensure that this evaluation form is completed prior to departure and submitted accordingly, because this will help the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat attend to the logistics and other things that need to be attended to in the standing committees going forward. Thank you, honorable members. The forms will be shared to you accordingly just before the meeting ends. May I now hand over to the chairperson to proceed with the program? Thank you.
Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are a correct record of the meeting. We shall consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any differences in pagination across the languages. I would therefore invite the committee secretary to take us through the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The minutes of the meeting of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee held physically on the 28th to the 29th of August 2023 now appear on the screen for the members to confirm them. I will go item by item. Honorable members, we have the quorum for the meeting or the credentials, the apologies, and the members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum who were present in the meeting, and then the staff of the Parliamentary Forum. And we also have the resource persons who were present at the meeting. I'm going to proceed also to the agenda, which the members can confirm if it's the true reflection of what happened during the meeting. Honorable members, I proceed to item 1.0. 2.0, adoption of the agenda. 3.0, welcome remarks by the chairperson. 4.0, consideration of the minutes of the previous meeting of the RPMLOC. Matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. In the matters arising, there was a presentation by testimony or a testimony of Loveness Muzuru. That presentation was followed by interventions. And there was a second testimony by Dr. Nyazirai, the AU Goodwill Ambassador on child marriage, which was also followed by interventions. The meeting proceeded to the presentation of the actions taken by the Secretary General. And these were the following: model law on child marriage, model law on gender-based violence, the model law on public financial management, and the model law on elections. And these were followed by interventions by the honorable members. The meeting proceeded to presentations on the SADC protocols. Stock taking of status of the ratifications of the SADC protocols, which was presented by the Secretary General. There were interventions. And there was then presentations by two countries, that is Eswatini, which was presented by myself, and another presentation by Angola, which was presented by the legal counsel in Angola. And the last presentation on the bottlenecks on the ratification of SADC protocols by Zambia, presented by Joseph Tinyambo. These were followed by deliberations. And then there were recommendations that were made. following the presentations. These are the recommendations, honorable members, to the plenary assembly. The 54th plenary assembly. There were no items on any other business, honorable members, and we proceeded to vote of thanks, which were done by the honorable chairperson of the RPMLOC. Honorable members, that would be the end of the minutes of the previous meeting. I'll hand over to the chairperson for the matters arising.
Thank you very much, Ms. Toko. Honorable members, those are the previous minutes. Who moves for the adoption of the minutes? I see the Seychelles.
Such a Seychelles move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And any seconder? I see Tanzania.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I second it.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now the minutes are duly adopted. We move to matters arising from the minutes of the virtual meeting held on the 28th to 29th of August 2020. Okay, honorable members, are there any matters arising from the minutes? We shall consider matters arising item by item. Honorable members, under matters arising, we shall proceed as follows. Actions taken on the recommendations of the previous meeting and plenary assembly. Bullet number 2, on monitoring the domestication and popularizing the SADC model laws. Bullet number 3, on ensuring the ratification of the SADC PF instrument for transformation of the forum into a regional parliament. Bullet number 4, on measures to have a plenary session on child marriage at the Pan-African Parliament on promoting model law on the eradication of the marriage and protecting child already in marriage. Bullet number 5, on measures of accelerate the ratification of the SADC protocols. Bullet number 6, on engagement of cultural leaders together with the Pan-African Parliament to convene a session for parliaments on child marriage and related practices. So let me invite the committee secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, you will note that we have matters arising on the model laws, the SADC model laws, and then matters arising on the resolutions that were taken during the 54th plenary assembly. On the model law on domestication of the child, or on the domestication of the child marriage, of the model law on child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, domestication initiatives are ongoing and are being followed and monitored by the members and the committee, and of course the secretariat. On the model law on gender-based violence, awareness raising on gender-based violence is ongoing in the member states, in particular in the Republic of Malawi, through the assistance of the SADC PF Secretariat and Plan International and SAFAI. Please bear with me, members, honorable members, as I share the resolutions. Um, Thank you for your patience, honorable members. I will start at the beginning. On the model law on child marriage, domestication initiatives are ongoing and are being followed and monitored by the members and the committee, including the SADC Secretariat. Model law on gender-based violence, awareness raising on gender-based violence is ongoing in the member states, in particular in the Republic of Malawi, through the assistance of SADC Secretariat and cooperating partners being Plan International and Surface. On the model law on public financial management, there are a number of initiatives that are taking place, and following the development of the scorecard for monitoring the domestication process of the model law, SADC Parliamentary Forum deemed it necessary to commence the rollout of the scorecard system or tool, and that a pilot of the scorecard is being undertaken to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the rollout process. The scorecard itself and what it needs to be done to support its rollout. In this regard, 4 countries were proposed for the pilot, namely Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique, and Angola. The rollout of the scorecard requires collaboration and engagement with various stakeholders, including member parliaments, government ministries responsible for finance, planning and audit, civil society organizations, think tanks, and academia, development partners, and international organizations supporting public financial management reforms in the region. By engaging stakeholders and providing actionable insight and fostering peer learning, this initiative aims to drive meaningful reforms and improvements in public finance management across the member states. As I've mentioned, honorable members, there's a pilot of the scorecard in Zimbabwe, and this has taken place, and it was in a form of a workshop method where the stakeholders were called together in one room, and they were taken through the scorecard. The assessment was done. This assessment process on the pilot testing entailed providing an overview on the model law before giving guidance on completing the scorecard questions. The stakeholders included the ministry responsible for finance, the Parliament of Zimbabwe, state-owned entities, academia, and procurement agencies. The report on the Zimbabwe pilot was also shared with the Secretariat, and the report contains the assessment results and findings and improvements that need to be done on the scorecard, and contains recommendations which will be taken on board during the pilot in the other remaining countries. As a way forward, it was decided that as a capacity building initiative, knowledge sharing and engagement tool for SADC PF and PFM benchmarks, a workshop for stakeholders, including the Parliament of Zimbabwe and academia, be held in Zimbabwe on the PMF model law and the scorecard pilot. At this workshop, the results and findings of the scorecard pilot were shared to assist in the dissemination of the model law and the scorecard process. Also, the Secretariat is engaging with stakeholders on the model law scorecard. Most recently, the scorecard the model law and the scorecard was presented in a workshop where the SADC OPAC was holding a meeting for technical officials assisting with in PACs in the region, and this was held in Johannesburg in March 2024, where the SADC Parliamentary Forum, through the consultant that is doing the scorecard, gave an overview and background of the SADC model law and updated on the development of the PMF model law. The consultant also made a brief presentation on the scorecard pilot in Zimbabwe as an update on the development of the model law and the PMF developments in that are supposed to be implemented by the member states. This was with a view to gather points and contributions of the members of PACs and the technical officials assisting public accounts committees. On the model law on elections, honorable members, the domestication initiatives are ongoing and are being followed and monitored by the members and the committee, in particular, the implementation of the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, facilitating awareness on specific issues in the model law by engaging with appropriate authorities, grassroots and committee-based organizations, and the private sector, including the media, through the assistance of the Secretariat, as most SADC countries have conducted their general elections, and some will do so before the end of the year, notably South Africa. Further, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, through its DGHR committee, recently held a meeting on elections and on the implementation of the principles that are the election principles and the SADC model law on elections. Honorable members, the recommendations of a previous meeting and the plenary assembly, implementation of the recommendations and resolutions of the 54th plenary assembly is ongoing, and members will be sensitized on the disaster risk reduction, which is contained in the Sendai framework, which we will be considering today, and have been the members have been requested to present reports on how far they have gone on implementing the resolutions of the plenary assembly, and we are hoping to hear from the members today. The reports will form a basis of the framework and mechanisms for monitoring the domestication of the of the implementation of the Sendai framework, and a strategy for the standing committees and parliamentarians to factor in effective reporting mechanisms on the domestication of the framework. In view of monitoring promoting resilience to fully implement the SDGs. On the measures for accelerating the ratification of the SADC protocols, you will note, members, that following the meeting of the 28th to 29th, it was expected that there should be acceleration of the ratification of the SADC protocols, which it was observed was very slow in many countries. So in this regard, the committee noted that ratification and eventual domestication of SADC protocols would help in accelerating the domestication of the SADC model laws due to the existence of related themes. The committee further considered the challenges and bottlenecks, as you have seen in the meetings. To ensure the latter, the plenary assembly resolved to authorize and direct the secretariat to continue to request the members to urge their countries to sign the agreement to amend the SADC treaty to give effect to the SADC transformation from a SADC parliament, and to continue to familiarize SADC member parliaments with the SADC protocols, with a view to capacitate members in adopting ratification and domestication strategies for promoting regional integration and achieving harmonization of legal norms at national level. The plenary assembly further resolved to urge the members to ratify and domesticate SADC model laws and the protocols to ensure the harmonization of laws and enhance regional cooperation in addressing issues of mutual interest in the SADC region, and to ensure that adequate funds are allocated for programs, activities, and sectors that relate to ratification and domestication of SADC protocols, and to develop mechanisms for monitoring the process of ratification and domestication of the protocols. Honorable members, I will now proceed to the 54th plenary assembly resolutions, which also form part of the actions taken. Honorable members, you will recall that there were a number of resolutions that were taken at the plenary assembly. First, there was the call upon member parliaments to develop synergies with policymakers and academia and civil society organizations, CSOs, traditional and faith leaders, community-based organizations, youth representatives, and other stakeholders to promote climate justice by reducing carbon footprint through measures in line with the Paris Agreement regularly reported to the COP. Honorable members, this is ongoing, and the SADC Secretariat, in its quest to address climate change and promote the clean carbon and free environment, is in the process of developing guidelines for the development of the model law on climate action that is grounded in sustainable financial commitments and concrete actions by states to reduce carbon emissions. These guidelines would further assist in the development of a reporting framework and mechanism to assist the regional parliamentary model laws oversight committee in its mandate of monitoring domestication of the provisions of the model law and provisions that are contained in regional international climate change instruments, including the Paris Agreement as resolved in the plenary assembly and the Sendai framework, which will be considered today to ensure sustainable development and climate justice. Further, the SADC PF Secretariat in its 2024 roadmap recognized that parliaments have a major role to play to ensure that there is consistent oversight on the implementation of resolutions and recommendations aimed at addressing the impacts of climate change. Secondly, honorable members, member parliaments were called upon to enact laws to adopt budgets, exercise oversight, and represent communities to address climate resilience in a way which maintains gender and ensures that the voices of women are heard in decision-making processes on disaster preparedness. The SADC PF Secretariat is in the process of popularizing the SADC model law on public financial management within the SADC region and beyond, and is engaging with stakeholders as a measure to implement this resolution in terms of ensuring that budgets are gender sensitive and they are geared towards the process of ensuring disaster preparedness. Further, the forum is in the process of taking stock of the implementation of the model law through the ongoing pilots, as I've already alluded, and in ensuring the domestication of the model law, which will assist members in implementing this resolution. In this regard, the SADC PF participated in the workshop where the model law was popularized during the Public Accounts Committee workshop, as I've already alluded, that was held in Johannesburg. Further, the consultant carrying out the scorecard did the presentation of the scorecard in Zimbabwe. I'm going to rush through this. The forum was also planned to hold a stakeholder workshop at the country level for the purpose of piloting the scorecard. Also in the roadmap of 2023, the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat acknowledged that all citizens must work together to ensure that the devastations that may be caused by climate disasters are mitigated in the SADC region, and that redress measures are required in the immediate to avoid a situation where the environment is irreparably aggravated. In this regard, the forum pledged that it will continue to empower national parliaments to address climate change and ensure gender equality in climate change mitigation, such that the voices of men and women are heard at par and no voice remains unheard in environmental policing and ensuring gender responsiveness in environmental initiatives. Thirdly, honorable members, the member states were called upon to share best practices, technology and contemporaneous weather data and lessons to promote disaster preparedness and risk reduction. This is also ongoing. The Secretariat has always encouraged members and also engaged expert resource persons with vast knowledge in climate change and climate governance in its standing committee meetings, as we will experience this today, honorable members. there was a call also upon the members to, or the plenary assembly to remain seized of the matter through exchanges of country reports in booklet form and through an implementation matrix which can be updated from time to time. Honorable members of the Standing Committee and the RPMLOC are from time to time requested to make presentations of reports on domestication and implementation of model laws and other related instruments and ongoing initiatives to ongoing, and going forward, the SADC PF Secretariat will have to look at into producing a booklet as directed by the, as resolved by the plenary assembly, which would have a matrix on the exchanges and the matters that the secretariat is seized with in terms of ensuring this resolution. Also, there was a resolution to instruct the secretariat to ensure that climate governance, including disaster preparedness, is consistently addressed through its relevant standing committees. The committee today will be considering disaster risk reduction under the theme enhancing the role of the RPMLOC in monitoring the domestication of the SADC model laws and implementing related policies and laws through structured reporting frameworks and mechanisms. I look at the domestication of the Sandai framework on disaster risk reduction. This is with a view to ensure that the members of the committee who are chairpersons of the standing committees monitor the domestication and implementation of the Sandai framework, so as to ensure disaster mitigation and preparedness by the member countries. There was another resolution, a sixth resolution, to ratify the domestication the laws to ensure harmonization and enhance regional cooperation. The honorable members have already alluded to this one in the actions taken that I first presented. And the aim here is to ensure that the SADC protocols are domesticated accordingly, so that there is a document that is a single document which would be comprehensive and a point of reference for parliamentarians and policymakers and interested parties who will wish to advocate for enhanced legal and administrative norms in their jurisdictions. I will skip this one, honorable members, because I've already talked to it. And there was the resolution on the model law and eradication of child marriage. Also, this one, honorable members have alluded to. I'm not going to go into it to save time. There is a resolution calling upon the members to sign the SADC transformation agreement to track the process of transforming the forum into a SADC parliament to ensure the full implementation of its programs and initiatives as a SADC parliament. In this regard, honorable members, the SADC Parliamentary Forum roadmap of 2024 the Secretariat pledged that it will focus on the fulfillment of the requisite legal steps to formalize its transformation to the regional parliament pursuant to the resolution of the plenary assembly. Further, the Secretariat will undertake lobbying initiatives, attain the required quorum for signatures for the agreement amending the SADC treaty to establish the SADC parliament. Honorable members, you will note in the program that we've just amended that you have a video on the SADC transformation, SADC PF transformation to a SADC parliament. Another resolution was to ensure that the transformation takes place, to ensure that parliaments continue to familiarize themselves with the SADC protocols with a view to capacitate the members to in adopting ratification and domestication strategies for promoting regional integration and achieving harmonization of legal norms. Honorable members, I have already informed the members in this regard that the forum is working in encouraging the members, the member parliaments, to sign the agreement and also to give effect to the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to a SADC Parliament. And in this regard, it continues to rely on the speakers and the presiding officers of the respective parliaments to convey the forum's transformation agenda at national level and to clarify information about its key objectives whenever necessary. In this case, honorable members, we will note from the video what the SADC transformation aims to achieve and what member parliaments and honorable members have to do to ensure that this is fully realized. Honorable members, that will be the end of the matters arising relating to the model laws and the 54th plenary assembly resolutions. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll hand over to you to proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Committee Secretary. Honorable members, the next item thank you very much. Honorable members, are there any interventions? I see the United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thanking the Secretary for taking us through. But I have three things to comment on. First of all, English is my second language. But then there's this word or this vocabulary on the status. It is ongoing, in progress. The two vocabularies or the two words together to me means the same. Something which is ongoing, it is in progress. Now I want the Secretary or Honorable Chair, with your permission, to put it very clear. Which one are we standing on? That is number one. Secondly, matters arising means that there were things which we noted and now we want to see how much they've been attended to. Then I expected either in percentage wise, we identified this, something has been done, to what extent? Then I expected our matters arising will tell us. And of course, things have been happening. We did not just noted it and went to sleep.
things have been happening. And the third thing is that during our meeting, we also came up with this fee payment. I don't know what to call it, the annual fees paid to SADC. And this thing came out very clearly. There are countries which are paying, others are not paying, or others are saying they've forgotten, or they are too small to pay. Now, whether it is charity or not, because this now will come to the end when we want to transform as a parliament. And that day we deliberated on that. We really discussed on it. It did not appear, or maybe I did not see it clearly. Having said that, I don't want to be the only person who have noted things. Others have underlined. I might come back to you later when we are putting our records, because today we are here. These things will be in record. So if we don't put things in a good manner, then our standing committee will have a problem in future when things are in shelves or in Hansard maybe. People keep on reading and reading. Thank you. If you may guide us, if they are relevant anyway. If they're not, then just skip it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama. No, they are quite relevant. Madam SG, would you want to intervene? You have the floor, Madam Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much for your intervention. Honorable, the issues that have been raised are pertinent. Yes, indeed, we'll stick to one terminology in terms of whether we're saying it's in progress or it's, but I think one of the critical issues that is brought to the table is that what are we measuring if we don't have, we have so much narrative, yet the committee is about monitoring. And therefore, part of the report that will go now to the plenary assembly will attempt to do exactly what you are proposing. Because I think we got stuck for a very long time on issues for the committee to unpack, so that the issue of domestication of our model laws and related instruments and policies is indeed understood. And then we can proceed to efforts now to measure precisely what Honorable Raymond is putting before us. So indeed, we will do so. This report that is going will attempt to go across for us to look at, for instance, the model law on this, what has been the progress? Policy issues on this, what has been the progress? And you'll appreciate that this effort is not something that I'm just speaking to because you're raising it. The presentation that was made by Mr. Shaun Nekurasha will definitely respond to this particular issue. And then towards the end of the committee, if the need arises, I'll also pull things together to give confidence to this instruction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. And also, I would also want to thank our colleague from Tanzania for the wonderful interventions. Do we have any other interventions, honorable members? I see a hand from the United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Now, this is something which really I'm requesting for elaboration. We say that 4 countries were appointed as pilot countries on the scorecard, and that was Zimbabwe, Mozambique, South Africa, and Angola. And when the secretary kept on explaining, she just based on Zimbabwe, meaning that the exercise now has started in Zimbabwe and it has not rolled to, that is my understanding. It has not rolled to Mozambique, South Africa, or Angola. Is that so? And if that is the case, we seated here as a committee, I'm not sure if we really understand or we know what was the questionnaire? For a portion to, I mean, what were the questions on that scorecard? When you take around a scorecard, there are things, but I mean, things which you want to know. At least today we have new people, and even those who were here, I don't remember what were the questions in that scorecard. Just to remind me.
All right, Honorable. No, I hear you. I think you're trying to find out what was.
Maybe I forgot someone.
Yes, and what were in the
And
intentions.
how many countries have been, that among the 4 countries, are we
Yes.
still on Zimbabwe only? Because we sent people there to take the exercise on. I just want to hear something from you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. And I also say hand from the sessions.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to elaborate. I think it was presented, there was a presentation that showed us about scorecard, how it is used to monitor and evaluate progress in member states regarding the implementation of the model law.
And also I say hand from the Secretary General. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, Honorable Chair, the committee is correct. We are not pre-testing the scorecard in all the countries. The committee will recall that at their last sitting, they agreed that before we take the scorecard out and roll it out for implementation, we must make sure that its efficacy is understood and that it is adapted by countries. So what we agreed to with our collaborator, PSA, we chose Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, which other? Huh? Yeah, I can't remember yeah, but I think Toko will correct me after that, where we wanted to really pre-test in those countries and looking at the gaps in regulatory frameworks that contributes to the functions of Parliament. So the issues are coming out differently for each country. The Zimbabwe context, we need to get permission from the Parliament of Zimbabwe before we can share it. But we have agreed on multi-stakeholder consultation, or what we call pilot testing sites for the countries that I've spoken about. The gaps that we're looking at include the narrow ambit on financial and audit reports under scrutiny, the lack of enforced powers of the Public Accounts Committee, the lack of enforcement for regulation of public sector debt, the lack of performance-based budget with clear key performance indicators, disconnect between international commitments and budgeting, misuse of supplementary budgets, and no limit on quantum of public contracts entered into by government. So these are the themes that will buttress a sound public financial management and a legal and regulatory framework, which we are attempting to have pre-testing sessions on. So it's really not that we don't want to go to other countries. It is simply because there was the method that was utilized and the resources that we have before us are few. The concept note can also be shared, I think, with members for you to appreciate at the end of the session. But we're hoping that some of these will trigger certain policy and legal regulatory reforms in most of the countries, and that it'll influence the impact upon the implementation of the PFM model law. So hopefully, honorable members, we may be able to measure in the long run, we'll be able to say these are the constitutional provisions relating to certain aspects of the PFM, public financial management. We may say these are the laws and regulations relating to taxation in our countries. We may be able to say this is what's happening with financial institutions in our countries. The list goes on: public service, criminal codes, and penal law, among others. So I hope that Also, where appropriate, the standing orders and rules of the National Assembly will also be shifted in one or the other. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. Do we have any other interventions? All right, thank you very much. Honorable members, the next item on the agenda is session 1, understanding the constitutional mandate of standing committees in relation to SADC model laws and related policies and laws. In this session, we have just 2 items. The first one, we're going to show you a video that is also going to be talking of the progress made. And then there will be a presentation of the mandate on the standing committee in terms of reporting to RPMLOC on domestication and implementation of activities of Parliament. So we'll play the video first, and then I will invite Kurasha to take the floor. Thank you.
Kurasha, you may also help us share the video if it's handy on your end.
And I don't have it immediately. Let me try and check.
Okay, thank you.
all those 16 countries. We meet on regular basis to discuss on matters which is important to our region. There are matters for which each and every country has similarities, although there are differences, but there are common denominators for which we sit as a region, we share resources, we share ideas, we discuss on matters. What has worked in another country may work for us, for the better living of the people, of the human being in the SADC region.
Social accountability is about bringing communities and elected representatives and governments closer together. It's about promoting oversight, it's about improving the use of public resources, and it's about strengthening systems of governance so that they're responsive to people's needs and ultimately their human rights.
The new generation that is coming in is looking for more accountability. So that appetite on its own has led to the new crop of leaders who, when sent to institutions like Parliamentary Forum, they want to come out knowing that they are going to make decisions that will be far-reaching. Remember that a post-colonial era, there's been a lot of demarcation and cultural diversions. So if you look at people in the region right now, we are more integrated, and that creates the need for us to identify with each other.
I think as we see, the effect of climate change is affecting many countries, not only globally, but mainly on the SADC region. And I think it was important for us to have this platform to discuss on such important matters, which, disseminate through various levels. It affects education, it affects livelihood, it affects food security.
No country is an island. We have 4 other regions in Africa that have standing regional parliaments. Once we transform into a regional parliament, we shall then have 5, which will become the anchor of the Pan-African Parliament. So we are the missing child in the matrix.
The difference between SADC and the East African Community is very clear. So in SADC we have only the Secretariat and we have the Summit on the other hand, but we don't have a body that can make laws but also doing oversight. In the SADC in the future, once the SADC Parliament is transformed, it will even enhance accountability within the region.
It enables accountability because you find out one of their roles is to make model laws. And when they are going to be domesticated at national level, they shape the narrative at national level, they influence policy. The separation of powers is important in terms of the development of any country and development of region.
So basically the 3 steps on the transformation. 1 was to deposit an instrument, so to speak, or a white paper, green paper, depending where you sit, which is a proposal to summit, indicating the parameters, the modalities of this parliament, following which they gave approval and they directed the Secretariat to form a task team, which is made out of the SADC PF and the SADC Secretariat. The 3rd step was to amend the SADC Treaty to recognize the SADC Parliament, which at this point we have 9 countries that have signed. We need 12 countries to sign the treaty for it to be able to recognize the SADC Parliament as an organ of SADC. The 3rd stage will be the protocol. Now this is the protocol that now is a constitution, in other words, which is going to say what is this parliament, what is it going to do. Once the treaty is amended by 3/4, we move to the protocol and then we'll fully operate.
It's a dream come true and we're almost there. Zambia is just on the verge of signing it. The others who haven't signed is just to urge them that they should treat it as a matter of urgency so that we actualize this dream. As I said, it's important that we become a regional parliament so that when we make decisions, it will be easy for us to domesticate them. It will give policy guidance and also provide the necessary oversight on the executive. The door is open for us to do much more and also come up with the other model laws which will be able to give guidance to national parliaments in terms of what laws to formulate.
Being a parliament means issuing guidance in a much more authoritative way. Not only will it be giving guidance as to how the national parliaments engage in the issues that confront them, But once they are engaged in there, the regional parliament will be getting feedback from the national parliaments. They will be able to reassess. And when you reassess, it's at a different level, and you are able to reformulate your plan of action.
Parliament represents the people. So if we can have a parliament at that level, it can do the monitoring of implementation of the laws that have been passed at the regional level. We could enhance transparency and accountability because of the role that this parliament can now play in terms of our resources, in terms of human rights, and all the many other duties that a parliament actually has to carry out.
It may be, let me just say, how we treat cholera. It must be standardized. It may be around how we deal with malaria, for instance. We cannot have one country doing everything that has to be done. The borders are porous. We need to integrate as a region.
There's a great deal of values and interest in making sure that we work together as a region, and therefore no one should be left behind. We have a duty to make sure that we as a region are able to consolidate our unity of purpose so that we can address critical issues in the interest of making progress.
It will take us further as a region for us to be able to ensure that the SADC protocols, SADC treaties and amendments that have already been acceded to are actually taken to the next level of implementation, that the SADC citizens will be engaged with the affairs of SADC much more intimately towards the regional integration we all seek and the Africa agenda we so much aspire for.
ICT, may I request to have power to share?
Kurasha, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Madam SG. I've been, Chair, I wish to just confirm how many minutes do I have? Chair?
Kurasha? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know how much time you need. I'll give you 30 minutes.
Okay, that should be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are so kind. I've been requested to talk about the mandate of SADC PF standing committees in terms of reporting to the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, but specifically on domestication and implementation of model laws and related decisions or resolutions. And with your indulgence, Chair, I wish to really turn this into a conversation with honorable members, because you are right at the tail end of your mandate, and you are best positioned to give a reflection on some of the issues that we want to flag, as SG said, as we are trying to shape particularly or strengthen the framework for monitoring or tracking domestication, which is the main mandate of this committee, and also recognizing the fact that we have standing committees where you yourselves are chairpersons, and there must be a mechanism for coordination and reporting between the standing committees and the regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, if we really must make progress in terms of strengthening the framework for reporting and monitoring the domestication process. And there is also activities of national parliaments. In other words, we have a triangulation of the regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on one end, standing committees on the other end, and national parliaments on the other end. Where do you place yourselves as chairpersons of standing committees? And if there has been progress in terms of domestication, to what extent do you attribute this progress to your contribution in your individual and collective capacity? How many times over the last 2 years have you presented reports to the regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on behalf of your committees, so that there is that synchronization in terms of understanding the work that is happening in standing committees, and in so doing inform what the regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee should do. Okay, I was struggling. So in this regard, I'll briefly talk about the standing committees in terms of their mandate and the context in which they operate. I also talk about the establishment and mandate of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee in order just to link with the relationship with the standing committees. And I'll proceed to be very deliberate in singling out chairpersons of standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus in your role as members of the Regional Parliamentary Model Oversight Committee as the key anchor on which we drive the domestication agenda within the SADC region. I listened to Toko's presentation in terms of some of the information which is emerging in terms of where we are with domestication, including the progress that is being made in developing the scorecard to be instruments or the frameworks for tracking implementation with the model laws. But I want to specifically zero in on the lessons we learned from the domestication process we did for the GBV model law in Malawi, for purposes of us then drawing the conclusions and making recommendations. Chair and Madam SG and honorable members and colleagues, I think it is important to highlight that standing committees are organs of the SADC PF established in terms of the constitution, which mandates the plenary assembly with the power to be able to establish, align or abolish standing committees and delegate any such committee of the functions as it sees necessary. And pursuant to this mandate, we have 5 standing committees established in addition to the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and, of course, the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. And the standing committees are the main vehicles through which the SADC PF deliberates on thematic issues of regional interest and concern. And honorable members, you will recall that when we look at the hierarchy of what I may call the hierarchy of resolutions or decisions made by SADC PF, I would rank the model laws as one of the highest outcomes or resolutions or instruments developed out of resolutions of the plenary assembly, alongside other important policy-related resolutions, including the transformation process. When you look at the model laws, the majority of them emanate actually from the work of standing committees, because they are the ones that are intersecting with the different role players in the various sectors where they are mandated to do their work. And through analysis, sometimes that's when the gaps are identified in terms of legislation, but also in terms of domestication of existing instruments. And I've often argued that model laws are not necessarily the main instruments of obligation, but they are a tool for facilitating domestication. So in this regard, if you look at the first model law we developed, the model law on HIV and AIDS, it is a model law that emanated from the work of a standing committee. The second model law we developed, which is the model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, equally also emanated from the work of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs. The model law on gender-based violence emanated also from a mandate of committees. The model law on elections was driven by the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. The model law on public financial management came through the recommendation of the Executive Committee. So again, Executive Committee also then stands as another outlier in terms of the key organs in terms of the domestication process within the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Pursuant to the Standing Committee, to the constitutional provision establishing on the establishment of standing committees, the standing committees then present their reports to the plenary assembly, and the plenary assembly is obligated in terms of Rule 6, 2, and 3 of the standing rules, rules of procedure rather. First of all, to deliberate comprehensively on standing committee reports, which are introduced by motions of chairpersons. The point I want to highlight, honorable members, is that when you look at the core work of SADC PF plenary assembly, it is actually focused on deliberating on standing committee reports. What that does is, first of all, to position standing committees as important, as an important board or organ in driving the SADC PF business, in particular the domestication of model laws. And those committees, you will find a common denominator across the committees vis-a-vis the regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, and I'll talk about that just now. Then this Rule 6.2 says through resolutions on the motions, adopt reports of standing committees, which resolutions are then transmitted to SADC Secretariat, relevant national ministries, through national parliaments. Again, we see that the core of the resolutions of the plenary assembly are actually emanating from reports of standing committees. This brings us to the next question. To what extent have we operationalized by practice a reporting structure or process between standing committees and the regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee? when I listened to Honorable Shali posing questions or making comments, she literally was preempting what I'm talking about here. Sometimes I don't think when the members can express themselves in terms of what their feeling is. In the 2 years that you have been chairperson of the Funding Committee and the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee chairperson, do you feel that you have done enough in transmitting some of the work you are doing under Funding to the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee? If not, what can be done? If yes, what can be strengthened? I would want to hear your reflection, Chair, if you don't mind. Have you, in your capacity as chairperson of the Funding Committee, in view of the fact that the plenary assembly has to dedicate time to comprehensively deliberate on standing committees, which means most of the resolutions that are coming from standing committee, from plenary, may actually emanate through reports of standing committees. Have you felt that, do you feel that you have been reporting about funding to the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, perhaps, Chair?
Well, I still feel that, there's a lot to be done.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And what is that lot in your view? What is that lot? What could be done? Or what could you have done differently in view of the conversation we are doing? If you were to have your mandate for the next 2 years again, what is it that you may have proposed to strengthen, to streamline the reporting relationship or process between the Funding Committee and the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee?
Well, I think the reporting back and the scorecards, they ought to play a bigger role.
Mm-hmm.
And we really need to devise a reporting system or mechanism that is able to report on timely, and also to see if we can also get more human capacitation, and also more trainings. So that's what I would look at. But I feel that there's a huge gap that needs to be filled. We have done our part, but we haven't done the best. There's yet the best that can be done. I submit.
Thank you very much, Chair. That is very useful, and I think it opens the conversations, and we appreciate your input. Simply saying more could be done, and you talk about the putting in place a reporting system where you are able to report. As far as I recall, when you represented the Funding Committee in Germany, I think, and we came back to report. As far as I can recall, I think this is one of the first time when we have seen chairpersons reporting even to their committee in terms of work they have undertaken as a way of driving the agenda in their capacity as presiding officers of their respective committees. So the issue of reporting system, then you mentioned the issue of human resources, then also the issue of capacity building. And we are already seeing some of the recommendations emerging from this conversation. One of the things that I put forward, honorable members, is that when you look at SADC PF from establishment to where we are, there's always been clarity about the fact that SADC PF is about domestication of regional instruments. And I raise this to really help honorable members to see themselves as important role players, as chairpersons, because you are the only existing link between standing committees and the reporting mechanism, which is the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. So when we talk about lack of progress in domesticating the transformation, for instance, or when we report about what is being done, it's time we start hearing what is being done, including by the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. And that talks to you as chairperson. So I cite the old constitution of SADC PF when SADC PF was transforming to start institutionalizing rules of procedure and parliamentary systems, which culminated in the repealing of the old constitution in 2013. One of the thread that cuts across the old constitution and the new constitution is the clarity around the centrality of domestication. Parliaments must do more, parliamentarians must do more to help the region narrow the gap between regional policy and what is obtaining on the ground. So I was checking the old constitution in Article 5 under its objectives. It had 50. Yes, sir?
I can see a hand in the room.
Sure.
Since you said it would be an interaction, can I give
Yes,
the
sure.
floor to the Seychelles? And while the Seychelles is coming, and then I'll take the floor later. Seychelles, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Kurasha.
Morning, ma'am.
Oh, okay, I'm glad you mentioned about the report from our visit exchange in Germany, because I
Sure.
made sure that in my committee, I read out the report, because I think that reporting back is very essential, especially the committee is the only forum that we can discuss with other members and get their input so that we can plan to have motion when it comes to plenary. And while you were presenting about the transformation, I also recognize that going back to our national parliament, sometimes we fail to report back to our national parliament on the work that SADC is doing, and even of the work that our committee is doing. But when I was looking at the presentation, when you were talking about the transformation, I think we need to create the awareness back home on the transformation, so that the national parliament are fully on board and understand the benefit of the transformation and the regional integration. I think it's very important for members of national parliament to also follow what is happening in the region. It is only by giving them knowledge of what is happening that we will get them on board for the domestication of the model law that we go back home with. This I wanted to contribute.
Thank you, Honorable Esperon. And that's very, very, very important and practical in terms of the gaps that we have, which we need to address as we strengthen the role of chairpersons in facilitating domestication. Part of it, you cannot domesticate when you have not socialized or you have not raised awareness and you have not engaged. When your delegation is not effectively reported to the national parliament, do you see yourself as part of the problem or the solution? The role of the chairperson is a central role when we look at our instruments. It presupposes an active role, without which we are not able to deliver in terms of demanding accountability around domestication. So you raise a very important role. Chair, you said you wanted to say something.
Yeah, Kurasha.
Yes, sir.
All right, before I come in, I think the floor has
Yeah.
to be given to the Seychelles
No,
again.
I just wanted to flag something at Mr. Kurasha. Maybe
Sure.
this video that you presented us with about the transformation, maybe it would be good for us to get this video, for us to bring it back home, and we could have a session in the national parliament, and everybody would view this video to better understand about the transformation. This was only a request that I'm making. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure Madam SG will give the guidance. What I know for sure is that the a video is being translated in terms of subscripts into the other languages, and that should be availed. And maybe the point I get from there is really to point out the importance of deliberately packaged information to facilitate members in terms of their engagement, in terms of their playing their role in pushing for domestication, being the linkage in the first place between national parliaments, their committees, Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. There is also a matrix of citizens. We've also flagged the executive committee, and there's a plenary. So chairpersons are very central. And unless they play that active role, I think we'll continue to experience gaps. And it's good that we are having this conversation while you are ending your term, because it's also an opportunity for you to reflect and say, what do we do? What could we have done differently? And what are we recommending for the next cohort of chairpersons who are coming in so that they are able to plug the gaps for us to be able to move? Chair, I give you the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted also to just add, when you had mentioned about the German trip.
Sure.
You see, something that I also learned from there is that our colleagues in the Western side, they have no time. While us here in Africa, and especially in SADC, we have got time. So if we don't have, when we're talking of domestication and there's no time frame, I would give you an example, the transitioning of a forum to a parliament. If we count how many years or how many months it has taken for us, and we're still not yet there. So you see, the other problem that I would also express as a chairperson, having served for the 2 years, is time. We have got the laissez-faire type of approach that we feel we have got time, because if you are talking of domestication and there's no time frame to say member countries by such time, they should have achieved the following. So how do we expect us to achieve? So I would feel that time, I think we have a lot of time that we feel that we think we have got time. But when we look at our colleagues from the global north, they don't have time. And you can remember every single meeting we attended to, we could find the minister waiting for us. And we're starting the meeting on the dot. And if we say it's 45 minutes, by 45 minutes, we're concluding. But here, we'll tell each other we start at 9, we're going to start at 9:35. We're going to finish at 10, we're going to be finishing at 11. So if you're talking of domestication, Kurasha, how do you expect to domesticate something that there's no time frame? Because in Malawi, we would choose to take our time, while our colleagues in Tanzania will have done that. And now we are talking of a regional bloc, and there's no consistency. So I wanted to intervene on the issues to do with time. So if only we are clearly to stipulate the time, if we give time frame, I'm sure even in our parliaments, our local parliaments, time is going to be, it's going to be accorded to. I would give you an example. We have got the yearly budget session that we have every year. Every single country knows, whether they like it or not. But when the financial year is ending, Parliament needs to meet, Parliament needs to approve a new budget. So they would even find resources where they can find resources, so that the budget has to go through. So the same with the domestication. If there's time to say, this has to be done by June, and I'm sure every member of parliament, because we have subscribed to this forum, it is going to be done. But if there's no time frame, people are going to take their time, I mean, look at the signature, a signature. And when we look at the process that has happened from moving from a forum to a regional parliament, it's years from this time they started the conversation. It was in 2014, 2013. And this is 2024. So we have got 10 years just to move from, and now you remember very well when we had crossed from Germany to France, we didn't even know that we've crossed. You could look at that borderless, you could look at, so we are still very far. But I think to recall my tenure for the 2 years, I feel that time is a big factor in how we do things in the region. And if we are to improve, we need to respect time. Otherwise, then we're not going to be able to achieve the domestication. Because even these model laws that we're saying, they're very good when we look at them, when we read them. But you're going to find some member states, they still haven't done anything about it. I submit, Kurasha.
Thank you very much. Very salient, the issue of timelines to decisions, to processes, to actions. One of the challenges that emerge in our context is the consensus approach, which characterize or color the way we conduct business. What that means is that you are as fast as your slowest member, and sometimes that then drags things on. We have seen in certain instances, some countries resorting to bilateral engagement or coalition of the willing, as they say, because the framework for regional integration has, instead of becoming facilitator, would have become an obstacle in terms of implementation of quick implementation of decisions. And these are issues that we need to deal with as chairpersons, because there are issues or decisions that are taken in SADC-PF, which are purely within the purview of national parliaments, for instance. There's nothing to do with the executive, at least not in a direct way. And still those decisions take very long to be implemented. What do you perceive as your role as chairperson in unbundling those situations where we have delays that are emanating from slow pace of implementation of decision? If you look at one of the positive things that has happened in recent times in terms of scaling up progress, at least tracking progress on implementation, is country reports that are being presented by each parliament at the plenary assembly. The first issue I raise is the quality of those reports. Sometimes it is very clear that this report, while it would have emanated from the Secretariat, may not necessarily have been subjected to the scrutiny of the country's delegation, because the issues that certain members are aware of would not have been reflected in those reports. What mechanism are we putting in place as chairpersons? We have said we are the link, the conduit, linking the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, national parliaments, the standing committees that in the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus that we represent, and as well as the plenary assembly, the executive committee. In our national delegation, what have we done, or what could we have done to make sure that those reports reflect exactly the issues we are raising? Half the time, the SG has to engage with parliaments to say, but the reports you are submitting are a mimic of what ministries have done. There is no parliamentary perspective. And yet you have a delegation that has chairpersons, sometimes more than one. What role do we see? Do we value our agents as members to be able to influence positively, to enhance this framework which SADC-PF has provided? Now that we're coming to the end, what do we objectively recommend to say could be done differently regarding committee reports? Because that is one of the main framework for reporting, which SADC-PF has institutionalized. So I was, Chair, if at any point there are questions, please let me know, because I'm sharing, I won't be able to see hands. I was sharing before we started the interaction, the fact that SADC-PF has always been clear about the fact that our focus is on domestication, because as someone said, we have a pile of what constitutes regional rhetoric in the form of instruments that are adopted but never domesticated. With the permission of the chair, before I conclude, I may share the current status of SADC protocols, just for you to see in terms of the slow rate at which we are domesticating these instruments. And in most cases, you then get a sense that these instruments are honored more in breach. When we went to Germany for the German trip, honorable members, you remember one of the documents I picked from the European Parliament says the 10 things that the European Union can do for you. And they list those things. In a very practical way, a citizen is able to count up to 10. What is it that a citizen in Malawi, in Tanzania, in Zimbabwe can point and say, when I woke up today, I had a problem. But thankfully, due to SADC, this was resolved, because if SADC had not done this, we would not have been able to find a solution around it. Because that's what regional integration is about. That's why we are making a cry and emphasis around domestication. So the old constitution is very clear. 6 out of 15 provisions on the objectives were about domestication, the role of SADC-PF in facilitating domestication. In the current constitution, 4 out of 7 provisions talks about, in one way or the other, but very directly, about what SADC-PF should do to facilitate domestication. And SADC-PF will not be able to do this unless its constituent organs that are mandated to do this take the action and be able to deliver on this. And chairpersons, you are on the front line. It looks like my computer is frozen. Okay. So because of the desire to focus on domestication, or to do more regarding domestication, this is what gave birth to the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. I say this so that we appreciate that if we are not able to point out the 5 things that the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee did in terms of domestication, it means we would have failed to live up to the expectation of our mandate. When SG was proposing amendment to the agenda, he said, we cannot talk about the mandate of this committee now, because this is no longer a baby in infants. It must be an adult, particularly when you look at the cycle of 2 years when you had your mandate. I highlight the fact that because you were established as a committee of chairpersons, this was done for a good reason. And therefore you are central to domestication process, because you serve as the link between standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, with Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on one hand, with SADC-PF, and with the national parliaments on the other hand. One could even add the stakeholders that you also must connect with. And you'll see this when I highlight the operative words around your mandate. And in so doing, focus on what exactly we need to do to be able to heighten the role of chairpersons in facilitating domestication, in ensuring active linkage with all the other organs that I have highlighted. I titled this slide how have we fared over the last 2 years? It's really a conversation, as I said. When I went through the terms of reference of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, I was able to pick 15 functions. And under each, I was able to pull out an operative word, different from each other, sometimes with linkages. 15 different mandates and 15 different operative words. Your responsibility is to monitor and evaluate in terms of tracking member states' progress in domesticating and implementing model laws. What mechanisms have we put in place to enable us to do this effectively? We mentioned the issue of balanced scorecard. What else? And how could we do different things, do things differently going forward? You also have an advisory role. Provide advice to the PF on member states' compliance with model law. What mechanisms are in place for us to be able to deliver on this role? What have we done? What products, what outcomes do we have in place? What can we point at and say, we're the ones that actually offered this advice to SADC PF and things were done differently? You have a mandate to support member states in addressing issues that are related to model laws. Then the whole issue of awareness and engagement. I could go on and on, but I've highlighted the two of the most immediate, which we're talking about, which we need to pay attention to. The national coordination. The Constitution talks about establishment of focal points. And as far as I can see, you are those focal points. If we put any other structure, fair and good, but you are the primary focal point. How many times have you, when you're dealing with issues before Parliament, reached out to the Secretary General and say, Madam SG, in keeping with our mandate as a member of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, there is this issue that I need to bring your attention to. We have a bill that is before Parliament. As far as I've seen this bill, it does not speak to this model law. Or may you please confirm, we can facilitate you to have a copy of the bill, but may you confirm the extent to which this bill speaks to the spirit of the model law. The point I'm raising, honorable members, is that we really need to raise our agents as chairpersons of standing committees. Even the issue of capacity building we mentioned earlier, it falls within your mandate. Then the coordination with other standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and the other organs. Again, it's an issue that we have talked about. When we look at the 15 core mandates of the committee, where are the areas where we can say we did well, and where there are the areas where we say we need to improve on? In terms of developing the frameworks or the tools, but also in terms of the actual application of these tools to be able to now deliver, whether you are delivering an advisory output, whether you are delivering, you are tracking the implementation, whether you're talking redirecting focus on disadvantaged groups. That, for me, is where the crux of this presentation is about, really to locate chairpersons as critical role players in creating the necessary interlinkages that would allow us to enhance the domestication function, even within the context of the existing challenges we know about domestication. There is more that we can do as chairpersons of standing committees. I could have gone on to speak to the different model laws, but since Toko has highlighted those, I thought I could end chair by sharing a practical example of the opportunities that are there in terms of domestication, but in so doing, also share some of the lessons. From this intervention in 2023, where we partnered with Plan International on the domestication of the gender-based violence model law in Malawi. One of the lessons we learned is the opportunity that model laws present in terms of creating a convening opportunity for national role players. Government entities, parliament, ministries, agencies, civil society organizations, UN agencies, sometimes are operating out of sync around certain issues. And this was brought to the fore with the model law on gender-based violence in Malawi. First of all, when we brought in the parliament, and the Minister of Gender, they were able to bring in important government agencies such as the Human Rights Commission, the Ombudsman, and the different ministries beyond Ministry of Gender and civil society organizations. Coming together, this coming together would not have necessarily been achieved even by the admission of the Minister of Gender through this statement. They were never going to convene to the magnitude that was achieved through the model law. So the model law's domestication process offer a fresh opportunity for member states to relook at issues. Sometimes there is no champion around an issue. When we were reviewing the legal framework in Malawi, we looked more to Parliament to play the leading role in terms of updating us on that. Lo and behold, this actually came from the Ombudsman, because they are dealing with issues of human rights and protection of citizen rights. They are closer to these issues. And therefore, we saw the opportunity that came with the domestication process, where all stakeholders came together and a coordinated interagency approach was mooted. The other important aspect is the existing gaps. One of the things that we do when we develop instruments such as the model law is that we will assume that people out there, because it's need-driven, will make use of it. The model law domestication process in Malawi reminded us that no, we need to mainstream both capacity building and awareness raising around the model laws. We need to be deliberate and upfront around that. Otherwise, there is limited knowledge of these instruments, including on critical role players. In the case of GBV, we actually had prosecutors, the entire criminal justice system, the judiciary, the investigators from the police, and all of them were expressing appreciation of the platform to have exposed them to the model laws. So as we conclude our term, one of the things that we need to think carefully about and make pointed recommendations is what are the strategies and mechanisms for capacity building and raising awareness in the targeted member states where we want to do domestication. Another important aspect is the issue of collaboration and partnerships. We require resource. One of the major constraints in domestication is the resource constraints. And through partnership and collaboration, there is a chance that we might be able to do more. The donor landscape has drastically changed. If we talking about lack of resources now, we will have even a more acute situation in the future. Only through partnerships are we going to be able to do more. Emanating from the meeting in Malawi, one of the things that we have done as part of the recommendations is the development of a framework for awareness and domestication of the GBV model law. But this could be extended to other model laws. And even the scorecards we are developing or the election observation missions we undertake would serve this purpose in terms of accelerating the awareness and domestication. I already talked about the issues of financial resources and resource constraints. Maybe as I conclude, Chair, it's the issue of monitoring and evaluation. Your first mandate in terms of Article 16 of the Constitution talks about you tracking progress on implementation. This links very closely with the issue of monitoring and evaluation. We need to strengthen our capacity in terms of the frameworks, the tools, but also in terms of the operationalization. If honorable members as chairpersons, you do not have the information, you do not have the energy, you are not present, it means that standing committees, the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, will suffocate because they are dependent on you providing the linkages for us to be able to do more in terms of domestication. I am often asked, having been working in the parliamentary support sector for the last 20 years, what is the most important qualification a member needs or requires to be effective as a member? And after all these years, I've seen that the most important qualification for a member to be effective in undertaking their work is, first of all, commitment. When a member is committed, never mind all the other limitations they will have, they will be able to do much more because of the support structures that are established to facilitate your work. And for me, the second aspect is presence. When a member is present and engaged, despite all the other limitations, we have seen them driving change, pushing boundaries and frontiers then be able to advocate for policy change, legislation change. And for me, this is my prayer and call to honorable members as chairpersons of your respective committees and members of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. If standing committees are ineffective, if the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee is ineffective, if your national delegations are ineffective in their reports, if your national parliaments do not know about SADC-PF and the model laws, at the end of the day, all these points in your direction in terms of what you may need to do differently to be able to achieve different set of results. Let me end here, Chair, and receive questions, comments, and maybe during the process, I can also share the status of the SADC protocols. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kurasha. And I think you're quite on time. And honorable members, the floor is open for any interventions or questions to Kurasha. Well, silence means I see a hand from the United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Kurasha for his very well done presentation, which has given us a wake-up call. Why are we here? What are we doing? And what are we really devoted to do what we are supposed to do? And having said that, I should start with the way he ended his presentation, saying that no matter what qualification you have, no matter how you feel able, if you're not committed to the work you are supposed to do in the region, and if you are not attending well, and if you are not present where you are supposed to be, then just put yourself a question mark that maybe you are not on the right track. I totally agree with him. And here it starts with, if you have not taken home what you have discussed here about the model laws, about what we are supposed to do in the region together and move together, because this is not a one-man championship. We are supposed to work together in cooperation so that we become a successful region and attain what we plan to. So I'm joining hands, or I'm supporting what he said and requesting the few, of course I say the few because we are just part of the delegation of SADC, to look back again and see if we can do better than what we've done before. I believe everyone is committed, but it matters how much committed you are. The Secretariat, led by Her Excellence SG, is doing a lot. And when I first joined this forum, I was asking myself, this is our baby, but this other party are doing too much. How best can we assist them? They are doing it day and night, looking for support, looking for people to sponsor us. Our own governments are not doing what they're supposed to do. And sometimes I think of maybe speaking it aside, how best can we members assist? But then I never had time, or I never had the opportunity to share. But now I'm getting the answer from Kurasha's presentation. Maybe I should start from my own country. Speak to my speaker. She's the one who can guide me. How best can a country assist the SADC forum to reach where we are supposed to be? It's moving slowly. But if I remember the last plenary in Arusha, there was also a discussion. All the countries who were present wish that this forum could change to a parliament. And at the end, they finalized that we can even have a team to go around and visit few countries. If I may recall well, and those who had it, Honorable Advocate Mudenda said he's ready to do that. I don't know how much he's done. I was supposed to be a member of that committee. It has not yet started. Having said the least, I request Her Excellency Secretary General to keep on doing the good work, but know that even those who cannot do it physically, our prayers are with her. I wouldn't like this baby to die in your hands. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And do we have any other interventions? I see a hand from the Kingdom of Lesotho.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I wish to thank Mr. Karusha for this presentation. A very good presentation, very informative. Actually, it is an eye-opener for me, and I regret, Honorable Chair, that this is my first time being part of this meeting, and you also emphasized on time. I also regret the time wasted, almost a year. I have been part of this team, but there were times when I was not able to attend. I agree with the presenter that some of the challenges we encounter during the domestication of the model laws are both financial and human resource. But some of the challenges are the competing priorities in our at national levels. Some of them we are not even able to control. They are beyond our control. I also realize the importance of reporting to my parliament. And Honorable Chair, I tend to think I've been a stumbling block. I've been a challenge because I wasn't even aware of how this operates. But now I realize I have to be reporting directly to Parliament so that they are on board. Honorable member from Seychelles has suggested that we share that video that informs us about the transformation of SADC PF, where it started, where it is, where we want to go, so that our members of parliament can be on board. I also realize that it's important as countries to report to our committee. Not just reporting, even to monitor and evaluate the progress. It's again unfortunate because we're a bit behind. We have never been aware of the reporting system, the scorecard, which I wonder whether it was rolled over to all the countries. I'm not aware of that. But let me just end by saying what the presenter said, that the presence is important, that we participate in these meetings, because we will always be in touch of what is happening. Commitment is also important, and this will give us all the energy to push through despite challenges from our different countries or challenges within our countries. I thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I saw a hand from the Secretary General. You have the floor, Madam SG.
No, thank you very much, Gurasha. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members, for your intervention. It's never too late. Some of you will continue in your leadership. I know Honorable Shelley is coming back to this committee again as the newly elected chairperson so it's good because it will assist in using these lessons to actually go forward. Secondly, honorable members who may not be in the leadership of the forum going forward, this is an opportunity for you to lead from within your committees. It would be sad for you to be in your committee and not even contribute to the chair to say, Chair, we need to be bringing reports. We need to be dealing with domestication. Where is this presentation going? Back home, we are very aware as SADC PF that sometimes you don't sit in the same committees that you sit at regional level as you do at national level. And experience has taught us with the few countries that I've been to at the beginning of the year, there's a disjuncture where a member sits in a gender committee, for instance, at the SADC PF, the gender chairperson has no clue about SADC PF, does not know about the model laws. Other members also don't know. So what am I saying? I'm saying, let us create those mechanisms that Gurasha is talking about. It is not just at the regional level. It also goes back to the national level. How are you going to achieve policy and domestication initiatives? After the SADC PF Plenary Assembly, what happens? Do you only meet again when the desk officer says there's a next meeting for SADC PF? Or do you have a structure within Parliament which continually gets briefings, continually engages the research desk, continually engages the office of the clerk, Madam Speaker's office, continually even engages citizens of your country, let's say Tanzania, for them to appreciate? I was very pleasantly surprised when I was coming into South Africa. The gentleman at the immigration who stamped my passport says, this parliament, is there anything happening? For me, it was like, okay, at least somebody here knows something about the transformation. So there've been models in various countries. I know many years ago in Zambia, they workshopped every report that came from the SADC PF. And I think this was quite effective because for us, we don't have the capacities in abundance or to actually cater, like the chairperson was saying, to say, elsewhere, yes, resources, elsewhere, yes, time. But if you can assist us to leverage on your existing resources at national level, that will go a long way. They workshopped every report, they instructed, even before we send resolutions, that find out, because one, you have to be careful about your own foreign policy position. Regionalism doesn't have borders. Sometimes you come and you discuss a matter which you would have tackled differently had you discussed this before. And many other examples that we can give. In Angola, we went to Angola recently, and they have a system in the delegation. They've also elected a chairperson of the group for SADC PF. This chairperson of the group, they meet regularly. The chairperson also reports to the Honorable Speaker. So when I arrived in Angola, they were clear. They said the transformation, this is what is going to happen. So Angola decided they're spending their own money. They're going around to the 4 countries that we need to sign to make sure that the transformation happens. They did not say SADC PF, we are waiting, SADC PF report. They were using their own money. The speaker then had to agree and said, I'm going with you. They wrote letters. And I can tell you now, as we sit here this morning, among other efforts, we only need one country to sign. Namibia is on board. Zambia is on board. It's a matter of signing the letters. The presidents have agreed. It's a letter of, they're just waiting for the actual thing to sign. We need one country. Angola has committed with Zimbabwe. They're going around to meet the countries. We have to meet Madagascar. We have to meet Mauritius. We have to meet the DRC. Those are the countries that we need. I can go on about the transformation, and the president of the SADC PF is also engaging, even requesting his own head of state and ministers in meetings where they meet to unbundle and explain the transformation, among others. So we are not doing quite badly. I want to bring you back now to your strategic plan. I don't know how many members have actually read the constitution of the SADC PF. One of members, let us read our constitution. Let us read our rules of procedure. Let us also read our strategic plan. You will find that the whole issue of result-based management is embedded in our constitution. We talk about tools, we talk about framework of reporting. Honorable members, if we go to the strategic plan, we'll see that we actually have ideas of how we must proceed. And I wouldn't want to go back into what Gurasha has said, but just to end, Chair, this is an organ which we just established. It's new. So don't feel bad about how far you have gone, but you should also feel what Gurasha said, the compassion to ensure that this organ really functions. Because like he said, this is a pertinent organ. Like he said, it is tasked with monitoring regionalism. The reason why some countries are not signing, they're wondering what is the value addition? Does regionalism exist? Does it enhance any cooperation? But we believe at the SADC PF, regionalism will find way into national laws and policies. The whole issue that we're discussing around domestication, if this committee monitors, reports, and shadows, even at national level, what the country reports on, we will find that at the end of the day, regionalism, in fact, will gravitate and influence domestication. As I end, Chair, let me admit that we are all struggling with the issue of domestication, whether it is CPA, whether it is Pan-African Parliament, whether it is IPU, we are all struggling as parliamentary organizations to ensure that at the end of the day, we proceed with the domestication with the full ambit of the commitments already taken by our countries. And this organ was part of the effort to sensitize and say, let's do something. And I want to say to you, you have developed guidelines. The GBV model law now have guidelines. That is part of the effort for domestication during the term of the office in the past 2 years. We have also been co-opted. We are working with the African Union. Based on the SADC model law, we are developing, we are part of the drafting team. There's a convention on the elimination of the rights, the convention on the elimination of all forms of gender-based violence, which is also motivated by the GBV model law. We continue to do surveys, snapshot surveys, to gather information. We have a monitoring and evaluation system under the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Program to ensure that we have country reports. So if we have to count what are the monitoring mechanisms, we have country reports. We have a risk management metrics at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which also captured some of these efficacy issues. We have a performance management framework, which of course, when we look at the strategic plan, it's legislative efforts, it's all those other issues that are there. And therefore, honorable members, let us continue to look at avenues now for shadow reporting, avenues for these tools that can be targeted for each thematic themes, among others. And therefore, Chair, I wouldn't want us to end on a note of despondency, but really to say, let's constantly innovate to ensure that countries respond and feel the push for domestication. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members. And I think we're not doing quite well on time. We are supposed to go for a healthy break, but before we do so, we shall go for a group photo just at the entrance on the left-hand side of the foyer. And then we shall quickly go for a tea break. It's supposed to be 15 minutes. And this is, so this is, actually this is 10 to 12, but I've also just been reminded that if we can also try to squeeze ourselves so that we finish early. So maybe if we can come back at 12, maybe we just grab the coffee and the bite and then we continue with the meetings. I submit, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members, and all the best.
Welcome back, honorable members. We're now going into the second session. Our presentation on disaster risk reduction in SADC region. This will be an overview of the promotion of disaster risk reduction strategies and initiatives informed by the Sendai framework and relevant guidance documents in selected countries as a case study. Dr. Alex Banda, our Senior Advisor for DRR SADC Secretariat. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you so much, honorable members. As the chair has introduced, I'm Alex Banda from the SADC Secretariat with the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit. I'll take you through my presentation. I didn't know how to structure it. I hope I'll not be sharing information that you already have, but nonetheless, allow me to share this information. So as the chair has already introduced the topic, my presentation will focus on, I'm not sure if you are able to see my presentation.
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll look at the mandate of the SADC DRR, SADC Disaster Risk Reduction, the long-term vision, governing instruments, vulnerabilities in the region, major risks, the regional disaster profile, examples of human and social impacts and costs of inaction, regional priorities, challenges, and then what I think should be the role of parliamentarians in view of what I'll talk about. Now, in terms of mandate of the unit, the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit is actually to facilitate disaster management programs and projects, and their effective coordination, monitoring, and evaluation in the region. This is guided by the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. And through this, the DRI unit translates the provisions of global and regional frameworks for mainstreaming disaster risk management in the regional interventions, cemented on aspirations of regional integration. Now, in terms of the long-term vision, is to achieve substantial reduction of risks, disaster losses in lives and livelihoods and health, and also losses in socioeconomic infrastructure and the environmental assets of communities. So communities here we cover sectors as well, government sectors, community sectors in the SADC region, and in that way contribute to sustainable development and the regional integration. So that is the long-term vision. Now, in terms of instruments that are guiding disaster risk management in the region, we have the SADC Disaster Risk Management Strategy and Action Plan of 2022-2030. We also have the Regional Resilience Framework 2020-2030 that guides resilience building in the region. We have the SADC Disaster Preparedness and Response Strategy and Fund 2016-2030. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which honorable members you have just been talking to, and then the African Union Plan of Action for the implementation of the Sendai Framework. So basically, those are the instruments that guide the disaster risk management in the region. Now, in terms of responding to and making sure that we are aligned to the Sendai Framework, if you look at the Sendai Framework, it has 4 priorities. One is understanding disaster risk. 2 is strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risks. 3 is investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience building. And then 4 is enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response and to build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. Now, if you mirror those with what our priorities as a region are, you notice that we have actually tried to use the priorities of the Sendai framework in building our regional disaster risk management strategy. So in terms of our strategy, priority 1 is improving the understanding of these disaster risks. 2 is strengthening disaster risk management governance and the institutionalization of the disaster risk management. 3 is investing in disaster risk management for community resilience. 4 is disaster risk innovation and knowledge management. And then 5 is enhancing resilience to disaster risks and including building back better. So that's just mirroring what the Sendai framework priorities are. Now, in terms of vulnerabilities in the region, I think you are already aware, honorable members of Parliament, honorable members of the committee, that we are experiencing increasing risks related to climate change that is leading to water shortages, energy deficits, food insecurity, but also risks to safety of individuals, but also to general ecosystems management. Climate-related natural disasters, with many, if not all, disaster events affecting several countries at the same time. You may recall, honorable members of the committee, that we have just experienced an El Nino-induced drought that has affected almost every member state, but also it's projected that we'll see increase in the frequency, magnitude, and the impact of droughts, tropical cyclones, floods, and the landslides. If you look at island states, for example, Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, and Seychelles, they have their own unique sets of challenges, including sea level rise, coastal erosion, and other challenges that they face. These situations are actually exacerbated by underlying factors, which include poverty, unemployment, disease burden, and food insecurity. If we look at the period from 20 years ago, you notice that the region has been experiencing a number of recurrent disasters. If we remember in the year 2000, we had serious flooding in Mozambique that affected millions of people. Since then, in 2002, we had drought. In 2007, we had drought again. 2008 to 2010, we had a lot of bushfires across the region. 2009, we had earthquakes in Malawi. Between 2010 and 2013, we had regional locust infestation. So since then, up to now, we have just seen a number of disasters that are affecting the region. In 2022, as you may recall, we had 6 tropical cyclones within the same year. In 2023, we had the tropical cyclone Fred that affected Malawi. And that came when the region was just trying to recover from COVID-19. And then 2023, 2024, we are just in the El Nino situation that has affected almost every member state of the SADC region. And then in terms of the impacts of climate change, we are seeing a lot of impacts, which include ecological losses, sea level rise, as I said, for island states, coastal erosion, but also I referred to issues of wildfires, but also as a result of drought, we have water scarcity, energy deficits, food insecurity, food price hikes. as we speak now, we are talking of about 61.7 million people that have been affected by this 2023-24 El Nino-induced drought. The reports indicate that a number of countries are losing a lot of livestock, but also wildlife as a result of water shortage. As we speak, Zimbabwe has reported loss of 9,000 cattle, and then over 14,000 are at the risk of dying from this El Nino-induced drought. But also, as I said, we have seen tropical cyclones. This year alone, we have experienced three tropical cyclones that have led to loss of lives. And this comes at the backdrop of tropical cyclone Fred that affected Malawi last year. And all these tropical cyclones are leading to a lot of problems, damage in infrastructure, including schools, bridges, roads, hospitals, as well as the personal property, people's houses, and a lot of other people's livelihood support systems. We have also seen landslides. Last year, DRC experienced landslides that killed over 300 people. And then as we speak, I'll come back to it later. As of now, 5 member states have declared the national state of disasters, and other member states are already in the process of undertaking assessment. So we may have more member states declaring disaster declarations emanating from El Nino-induced drought. We also just experienced cholera as a result of water shortages, but also as a result of lack of access to clean drinking water. As we speak, over 3,186 lives have been lost in DRC, Mozambique, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Malawi. So these disasters that we are having a lot of impacts on not just lives, but also livelihoods, but also on development initiatives in general. I also tried to look at what are the costs of inaction in terms of what the region is losing. Over the past decades, since from between 1980 and 2015, the SADC region experienced and recorded climate disasters. These include meteorological, hydrological, and the climatological that resulted in over 110,000 deaths, left 2.47 million people homeless, and affected a further 140 million people. That is according to the report of CSIR of 2017. And these numbers by now have skyrocketed. Over the same period, an estimated 107 million people, which was 37% of the SADC population, were affected by drought, compared to an estimated 21 million people affected by floods. So you can see that a combination of different multi-hazards actually affect a lot of people. We also had tropical cyclone Idai, whose recovery cost for Mozambique was about $3.2 billion, while for Malawi and Zimbabwe amounted to 220 million and 1.1 billion respectively. Tropical cyclone Fred in 2023 was estimated to affect 2.2 million people, including 659,000 that were displaced. 679 were reported dead in Malawi, while over 530 were reported missing. If I remember correctly, those reported missing were also in the end declared as dead. So you are talking of over 1,000 people that died out of tropical cyclone Freddy. The post-disaster assessment for Malawi revealed that a total of 506,000 was required for damages, while a total of 680 million was required for recovery and reconstruction. So you are talking of over $1 billion in disaster response and recovery. And then if you look at 2023-2024, about 56.8 million people are food insecure, which is 5.9% reduction over what was the figure last year. But 56.8 million is still not good enough. We should have been reducing much further than that. The El Nino event I just talked about for 2023-2024, as I said, has affected 61.2 million people, out of which 56.8 million people are actually food insecure. And this amounts to a recovery cost of I think there's a mistake on that figure, should be 5.5 billion. And then on top of that, an estimated 21 million children under 5 years are stunted in the SADC region, an increase from 18.6 million reported in 2022. So these are the costs that the region is experiencing. It may not necessarily be out of inaction, but some of them are a result of inadequate action that we're undertaking. And then also, according to, I made reference to the El Nino-induced drought. And I did indicate that so far 5 countries have declared national state of disasters, while others are still undertaking assessment. I also already mentioned the figures that have been affected. I think that slide is a repetition. So as a region, we are facing a lot of challenges. One of them is a result of environmental degradation that is leading to climate change. And this frequency and severity of disasters. 2 is lack of coordination, particularly at the national level, to ensure a multi-sectoral approach to disaster management. And then inability to learn from lessons, for example, floods. By this, I was referring to the challenges that the region continues to face, particularly relating to floods. You'll find that every year we lose billions of gallons of water, some of which actually kill our people. This is water that we can harness and utilize for irrigation if we can manage to impound and store it. But every year that water just goes and we complain about drought later, when we could actually have harnessed that water, stored it and used it for dry season irrigation. But also it's poor reporting on impacts of disasters. From COP28, it is loss and damage fund was approved. This fund is supposed to support member states, particularly in developing countries, that are losing and experiencing damages out of disasters. But if you look at our region, we don't have enough statistics to demonstrate that we have experienced a lot of losses out of these disasters. I did give some statistics, but those are just a drop in the ocean because most of them are just based on post-disaster losses. But we experience losses every time and every now and again. If member states were able to keep that statistics, it would help us in justifying our need for support from this disaster to the loss and damage fund. The other problem is sharing of information. I think there was a reference at one point to reports being produced by the Secretariat, probably not tallying very well with what is existing at the member states level. This emanates most of the times from lack of sharing of information by member states. At the Secretariat, we also experience the same. We have been developing a regional appeal. It has not been easy to get information apart from those member states that actually declared and therefore they had reports. The other one is unsustainable development practices which are leading to environmental degradation, poor implementation of policies. I think as a region, we have some of the best policies. But when it comes to implementation, probably we are not that too good. And then also enforcement of national legislations. Again, I think as a region, almost every member state has very good legislations, but when it comes to implementation, probably we are not that good. In terms of regional priorities, we have a number of priorities. One is to ensure the full operationalization of the SADC Humanitarian and Emergency Operations Center that is based in Nakara, Mozambique. This is an institution that was established based on a council decision of 2019, actually emanated from Tropical Cyclone Idai. During that council, it was decided that the region should establish an institution, and Secretariat started working on instruments to establish that institution. We developed a memorandum of agreement for the center that required 2/3 majority of member states to sign. I wish to inform honorable members that 11 member states, which is 2/3, have signed that agreement. And the SADC Humanitarian and Emergency Operations Center came into force on 28th April. We are now working on the modalities for the full operationalization of that center. This center actually will be responsible for coordinating disaster risk management because we noted that there were a lot of disjointed activities. Member states were not effectively supporting each other. So this institution will make sure that that now happens. But also as part of this institution, we have established a team of 78 experts in different areas of expertise. These experts will be deployed to member states affected by disasters because originally it has been international organizations helping member states without our presence in a member state that has been affected. So with this team, we will be able at least to deploy to a member state so that at least we also have support from our own region. And then the next priority is enhancing the capacity of SADC and SADC member states in disaster management. Every year we meet member states to train them in various aspects, but we also meet member states to develop preparedness plans based on what are the forecasts in terms of tropical cyclones, but also in terms of assessments that have been taken. Also is to strengthen environmental management capabilities of member states, including harmonized methodologies for assessment, analysis, and reporting. We have noted that even when it comes to preparation of post-disaster needs assessments, different member states come up with different figures, and at times you'd find that a country that has been least affected actually has the largest post-disaster needs costs. So we want to make sure that at least member states have a harmonized methodology so that as they produce their post-disaster needs assessments, they are correlated and they make sense. Also to facilitate annual assessments to ensure informed risk management planning. You may be aware, honorable members of the committee, that the region has a regional vulnerability analysis and assessment program. Within that program, we also have national vulnerability assessment committees that are actually responsible for undertaking vulnerability assessments at the national level. So as Secretariat to facilitate the national committees to make sure that we are able to come up with a regional report at the end of the year that documents the number of vulnerable people, but also those that are food insecure. This information is used by member states to target those people that need assistance. But also, we want to increase the reach of early warning systems information. This is in line with the UN General Secretary's call for every person on earth to be protected by early warning systems within the next 5 years, at least by 2027. But also, we want to enhance loss and damage assessments to quantify the full socioeconomic costs and losses and damages from disasters in the region. As I'd already alluded to, we need these statistics so that we can justify how much as a region we are losing and how much the full cost of recovery and reconstruction is. But also, we want to increase disaster risk financing through access and operationalization of the disaster fund. As a region, there has been a decision to develop a regional development fund. Under that fund, there will be several small funds. One of such funds will be the disaster fund. The disaster fund is actually meant to help member states affected by disasters. Currently, we have been supporting member states, but this support comes from the contingency fund or the SADC Secretariat, which is not sustainable. But also to ensure integrated, multi-sectoral, and the multinational approaches. I think earlier on I alluded to this. You'll find that at member state level, this also happens at the regional level. One sector works alone without consulting other sectors. So for example, you would have, energy, not directly working with water. Yet, if you look at most member states in the region, our energy is hydro-based, which requires water, which means that for them to operate efficiently, they need to liaise so that each one is informed of what are the challenges and what they need to plan for. Also is to enhance risk-informed development and risk-proofing. Over the years, we have seen a lot of losses. Some of them could have been protected. I was joking the other time, I come from Malawi, and I had gone on holiday. That was immediately after Tropical Cyclone Freddy. And then I noted that some of the bridges that had been actually eroded by Tropical Cyclone Freddy were replaced, but almost in the same manner, which means if another cyclone comes of similar magnitude, those bridges will be swept away again. So at least if we are risk informed, we are supposed to make sure that whenever we are doing new developments, we risk proof them, but also we build back better. That is what I wanted to explain there. Now, in terms of what we expect from your committee chairperson, but also parliamentarians in general and parliaments in member states. First one is to facilitate harmonization, adoption, domestication of regional and global instruments. You have been talking about the Sendai framework. It's not just the Sendai framework. I'll give an example of the protocol on environment and sustainable development. This protocol was approved in 2015. So far, only one member state has signed and ratified. Yet, if you look at the region, we are seriously affected by environmental degradation. And this is an instrument that should have been given priority. But I'm not sure what the lack of signing and the ratification means on the part of member states. So we are hoping that that is one of the areas where your honorable committee could help. The other one is advocacy and environmental stewardship, including issues of building back better that I just alluded to. Honorable members of the committee, you have the convening power. People listen to you. If you say something that people need to follow, they will listen to you. So we feel that is the advantage that we need to harness and make sure that we take advantage of it. And I'm sure you have that advantage, honorable members of the committee. but also is facilitating enforcement of laws that protect citizens, but also the environment. As I had already alluded to, we have very good policies and legislations. But you wonder that despite having all those, instead of reducing environmental degradation is. So that is another area, honorable members, where you can help. But also in terms of mobilizing resources, that is from domestic sources, but also international sources. We have a number of climate financing institutions, but also at the national level, we have a number of areas where member states can leverage and get resources for disaster risk management. I think one of the challenges that we're facing is, as a region, is lack of adequate resources to ensure disaster risk management. But also, as I said, you have committees. I noted that you have a number of model laws, but particularly on the committees. I know each member state should have a committee on climate change and environment. With your powers, you can help institutions to work together, including government institutions and local-based organizations, to make sure that they put their resources together and help countries in managing problems that they are facing, particularly in terms of environmental management and disaster management. But also, as I said, to enhance risk-informed development. Not every project may come to parliaments for approval, but those that come to parliaments, at least you can help in making sure that there's as much environmental as well as disaster risk management considerations in those projects, because some of the problems that we are facing is a result of the very actions that we undertake at the national level. But also to support efforts to ensure adequate reporting on the implementation of regional and global frameworks. This one I already alluded to it, that even as a SADC Secretariat, we are having challenges in coming up with and reporting on a number of issues because we don't get reports from member states as we would have wanted to facilitate reporting. So, Chair and your committee, this is the presentation that I prepared. I can take questions if there are any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banda. Honorable members, I would now open the floor for any interventions or recommendation from the presentation. I see the hand from the Secretary General. You have the floor.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Just to appreciate the presence and technical support that has been rendered by the SADC Secretariat through the representation of our colleague online. I think it's something that we should always welcome, because as you have already seen, we are being given progress as regards steps and efforts that are already under consideration at the level of Council and Summit. And this is quite helpful and welcome in view of the fact that in our Constitution, Chair, as we discussed this morning, we exist to support the implementation capacity of SADC. We also have a memorandum of understanding with the SADC Secretariat, and this sharing, Honorable Chair, should really be applauded and welcomed. We hope that it will continue in this spirit, and therefore we have heard the clarion call around domestication in terms of where we're struggling, and probably members could consider how do we become intimate with the protocols that have already been, that have already been developed, And what mechanism can we put in place to once in a while be able to tailor and tailor questions around what is the real problem so that we're able to know what to influence, what advocacy is required among others. I thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, colleague Banda.
Thank you very much, SJ. I see a hand from the United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I also join you to thank, I join Madam SG to thank Professor Banda for the good presentation. He had given us a history of all the disasters which have occurred earlier and the way they were also solved or the way other countries do it. During his presentation, he mentioned COP28, whether it is pronounced COP or COP28. And I understand that a lot of money is channeled through those forums. But my concern is, much as the region has a lot of youth who are idle, are not employed, women who are not employed, and they're ready to support their countries to see that where they can put effort, which will also support the eradication of all these disasters or solve the problem, they can very well do it. But then they don't know how to go about it. And now here I want to ask our Secretariat, how much do we get, how do they consider the SADC forum to reach their people in those, how do those funds, how are those funds channeled to the region, to SADC, to see if we can access those money and maybe do some activities? Because I know there are people who are idle and would like to support some activities. You will all agree with me, God has already created the world. He's no longer creating. So it has human beings to see how best we can use this land for the benefit of our people and our animals. Now, if we could get access to such funds from those people who maybe sometimes they experience winter, summer, autumn, and what, well, we're already on a very good geographical area where we are always on, we don't experience winter. We are on a very good vegetation area, good land, healthy people, strong people. With all that, how do we access these funds to see that we can solve such problems? Otherwise, we keep on maybe coming up with a lot of deliberations, which we cannot attend. We are very good in doing research. We are very good in filing reports, but we are missing something which will enable us to move forward and see how we solve this problem. The problem of climate change is all over the world, while others are just maybe using machines and destroying the air or whatever, how do we call it? But the others, we are here to adjust it and maybe to correct it. So I expect to Honorable Chair to assist me. Do we have a way of accessing those funds so that they can assist our people to change? I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I see a hand from the Kingdom of Lesotho. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This is just a follow-up question. I'm not so sure whether we are asking one and the same question. Yeah, the climate challenge issue is very widespread, and a lot of the entire region has been affected. And in my country is one of them. of course, the government is taking the leading role during the budgeting cycle to making sure that there's some money put aside for emergencies. But I wish I could ask the presenter this question. The resources are never enough, both financial and human resource, but more financial. I wish to ask if, like he says, we can always mobilize resources from, domestic resources to increase disaster reduction and management financing. Can anyone or any country maybe share, including the presenter, the experiences? How do we go about mobilizing the resources domestically? More because at the moment, countries are being challenged. There isn't enough resources. And seriously, Lesotho is one of those countries. Can we share the information? Can we share the knowledge how we can go around mobilizing the resources domestically? I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And I see a hand from the Seychelles. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, I don't want to preempt what is in my presentation, in my report, but I just wanted to point out on something that Dr. Banda mentioned about the small island states. Seychelles being a small island state, we are not spared from the effect of negative effect of climate change because we have the rising temperature that affect the marine ecosystem. And this is causing a problem for the local fishermen. When the coral is affected, they have to go far to the south to be able to get fish that they use to catch in closer to the island. And because the geographical what do you say? The geographical aspect of being small islands, because we don't have only one main island, we have 115 small islands. So we are surrounded entirely by water. And even the rise in sea level is affecting the small islands that are the low-lying small islands that in 2030, some islands will have completely disappeared because of this effect of climate change. I just wanted to point out this, the challenges that Seychelles also is facing due to the change in climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I see a hand from the United Republic of Tanzania. Again, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I forgot one thing which is very special, that as we are talking currently, our president in Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, is the champion of clean energy. And you know, women are very much affected by the poor way of cooking by using firewood, charcoal, and all that. Health-wise, they are affected. And also time, spending a lot of time outside. Not only that, sometimes you see a woman starting fire, she's crying, cooking with tears coming, not really crying, but then the smoke is affecting her eyes, her chest, and all that. So currently our president rose up and say, I must really educate my people and say that we all go to clean cooking. But it's not cheap, it's very expensive. So instead of using firewood, people may now transform their way of cooking by using gas, electricity, other way, clean cooking like the high level charcoal made out of sawdust. But that is not enough. There's one common thing which is also giving her problem. Mindset, change the mindset. People think that the local foods are more delicious and more palatable when they are cooked in the old traditional ways. They say if you cook rice and then on top of the pot you put the charcoal, then it brings out the aroma. Those from Malawi and Tanzania will understand what I mean. So to change the mindset of the local way of cooking is also another problem. But then Tanzania is within SADC. So together we can see how to start slowly to educate our people about clean energy. Because if we don't do that, the speed of cutting firewood is higher than the speed of planting trees. And even if I give an example of Mount Kilimanjaro, the snow cap is now going far, far low. It's almost finished. If we don't really interfere and plant more trees in schools and wherever at homes, then it will no longer one of the world wonders. But that is not enough. Recently we experienced the cyclone Hidaya in Tanzania. It killed a lot of people and a lot of places were destroyed. And as I'm speaking just on Monday, on my way here, there was this cycling alley. I don't know how they name those names, but we had Hidaya, now we have alley, and previously we had those. I don't know how in Malawi they had, no, Ali is not a female name. So I'm just requesting all people in this room to see that even before we do anything, we should just train our people to accept it. Time has come whereby we should use the clean energy. Because even in Europe, if you go to Denmark, in the open museum, you'll find that they all started the lightning by the two stones, you see. They did the traditional way, and that's how it came up until they came up with the bulbs and what. So I'm requesting you and insisting that we should start to change their mindset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Dr. Banda, I would give you the floor to answer on those interventions in the shortest time period that you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'll try. I think, let me start with Seychelles, because Seychelles, it was just a comment alluding to the issues that I was raising. And then URT raised an issue of how do you access resources. I think there are different climate financing windows that are available. For example, the Green Climate Fund, there is the Adaptation Fund, now there's the Loss and Damage Fund, which has just been approved. Member states are already accessing such funds, but as I indicated, Chair, during my presentation, accessing resources from the Loss and Damage Fund will require justification that you are incurring losses as a result of these disasters. The challenge that we have is the lack of data and information that we can use to justify our cause. So I think it's just, again, to call upon your committee to see how best can you facilitate and make sure that member states are able to generate information that can be used for such purposes. And then also Tanzania talked to an issue of climate, of mindset change. I think that is what we really need. And that is what, again, I alluded to when I was making my presentation, that you work with the local communities. You have the convening power, you can convene communities. And you have that privilege that you can facilitate mindset change. So those are the things that we need. We need mindset change. There are certain things that we can do differently. For example, food production. construction in marginal lands and sensitive lands. So those are the things where you can help. So indeed, we need mindset change. And then Lesotho talked about resources never being enough. Indeed, we have so many challenges. Resources will never be enough. But I can just give 2 examples of what member states are already using. Of course, probably those are already overloaded. For example, the road tolls. You can put a small percentage that goes to disaster management on the road toll, or even fuel levies. You can put a small percentage that goes to disaster management. So there are a few things that member states can utilize, and your committee could be instrumental in facilitating those. So Chair, I think those were the questions that were raised. I hope I've managed to respond to them. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banda. Honorable members, looking at the time, it's 6 minutes past 1. We are supposed to be having our lunch break. So we're going to break for our lunch break. We'll be back at 2. While we are back at 2, we're going to start with session 3. We're going to put on hold the presentations by chairperson of standing committees on how far they have gone in implementing the resolutions of the symposium related to disaster preparedness and disaster risk reduction. But that will come at the very end. But we're going to start with session 3. So we'll adjourn the House for 55 minutes. House adjourned. Thank you. Welcome back, honorable members, and may I please call the meeting to order. On the third session, I'll invite Ms. Rachel to take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Rachel Mundilo. I am the Committee Secretary for the Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Justice, and I will be moderating the next session. So we all heard this morning from my colleague, Mr. Korasha, that standing committees are the main vehicle through which the SADC-PF can deliberate on thematic issues of regional interest and concern and ensure that there is follow through on the domestication mandate of the forum. So the centrality of this committee particularly and its role cannot be overstated. It offers an opportunity for states to drive issues of regional importance as exemplified by the GBV model law domestication process in Malawi that was provided this morning by Mr. Korasha. What is evident from that session is that indeed the forum can provide a platform to drive policy reforms and decisions, including on disaster risk reduction. But that function must be fortified by the active facilitation of the members of this committee to ensure that the members of the forum serve as conduits to facilitate the domestication of model laws and decisions of the forum. So there are indeed parallels to be drawn from the session this morning and the presentation by Madam Banda from the SADC Secretariat around the role of parliamentarians in advancing disaster risk reduction. So as the discussion proceeds and as we will hear the next presentation, I think it is of imperative that we reflect on the critical role of parliamentarians and particularly this committee in guiding disaster preparedness, both at the regional and at the national levels. And it is equally essential to consider what tools are required for this committee and committees at the national level to ensure that parliaments are fully equipped to ensure that disaster preparedness, preparedness, ensuring a shift from disaster response to disaster resilience. So for this session, we will receive presentations from our eminent experts from the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. We are joined online by Ms. Sarah Wade Apichela, who is the Head of Partnerships and Stakeholder Engagement at the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, based at the headquarters in Geneva. We are also joined by Mr. Hugh Bainon, Deputy Chief of Office at the UNDRR Regional Office for Africa, Ms. Michaela Stevens, who is the Associate Expert at the UNDRR Regional Office for Africa, as well as Mr. Roberto Sciano Lomoriello, who is a Program Management Officer at the UNDRR Regional Office for Africa. So their intervention will provide global outlooks on disaster risk reduction strategies, regional approaches to disaster risk reduction, and then finally, we will look at fortifying the role of parliamentarians in enhancing disaster resilience. Equally, we hope that they'll be able to reflect, I think one question that was asked earlier this morning that is of paramount importance, and I think, I don't see the member here now, but I think this was a question that was posed by the member from Lesotho. And I think perhaps the presenters, when they do make their presentations, it's important for them to reflect on this, looking at how countries can unlock and repurpose the already scarce domestic resources to ensure the reduction of disasters. So the colleagues online, I will now give it over to you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Just checking that you can see and hear me clearly.
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Yes, we can see you. You may go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction, and Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, really a pleasure to join you for this this really important session. And At UNDRR, we were extremely pleased and excited to hear that the SADC Parliamentary Forum is taking up the issue of disaster risk reduction and resilience, really because the critical role that parliamentarians and legislators play in disaster risk reduction. And we hope to kind of explain a bit this morning of the work that we are doing and how it relates to the commitment from SADC to enhance risk reduction and resilience building efforts. Should I share my screen, or will somebody be doing that on the other side just before I get started?
Hugh, you can go ahead and share your screen if it's possible. Okay, we can see that. Perhaps just put it in presentation mode. Yeah.
It's on my side. Hopefully any second now it will appear in presentation mode on the other side as well.
Okay.
Are you seeing it in presentation mode yet? Sorry.
No, it has disappeared. Just give us a second. We're just getting the technical guys back into the room.
Thank you.
All right.
Good day, sir. Can you try and share again?
Yes, let me try one more time. Apologies for this.
Okay, I think it's coming on. Yes, there we go.
Okay, great. You're seeing the presentation in PowerPoint in full screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, apologies for that. Yeah, so really want to present to you some of our work, which my colleagues will present after me. But I'll really give the overview of DRR and its added value in terms of the work of parliamentarians and the work that you are doing. And my colleagues will certainly touch exactly on how the tools that we have available are also being implemented in several SADC countries as well. So we'll get a bit more of an in-depth overview in that sense. So the first slide really is to give a bit of an overview of UNDRR, of who we are and what we do, and really what disaster risk reduction is and what it isn't. I think the chair summarized it perfectly when she mentioned the transition from merely just responding to disasters and even preparing to disasters to actually building resilience and reducing risk at a systemic level. So disaster risk reduction is not humanitarian response. I think it's really important to clarify that. Sometimes the word disaster, we very much focus on the disaster event itself. But risk reduction is really looking at many years before the disaster happens to build resilience and to reduce the risk, to ultimately reduce disaster losses, disaster impacts, both in terms of loss of lives and economic impact and damage to homes and infrastructure. but also reducing the loss and damage of disasters and preparing for the disaster. So very much looking at not just early action, but also long-term development investments that can actually reduce the risk. So what we always say in UNDRI is there's no such thing as a natural disaster. The hazard might be natural. What makes it a disaster is really the impact of our policies and investment decisions. A hazard won't always have the same impact in every location, depending on whether policies and legislations are put in place, whether investments are made that reduce risk rather than create risk. So UNDRI was established, I believe, back in 1999. As a secretariat based in Geneva, and we've since expanded to regional offices in every region of the globe. And we work from regional offices. We don't work at the country level, but we bring our technical expertise and capacity development from our regional offices. So I'm based here in Nairobi, and we cover all of Africa below the Sahara. To start with, I'd like to share a video, and I'm not sure it'll work on the slides. Maybe the chair can help, but I'll give it a go. No. Is it possible to share the link? Actually, maybe I can.
You can share it in the chat room, please.
Okay, I can play it.
Are you hearing that loud and clear in the room, or?
It's coming on. No, we don't hear anything. I can play it here if you can just stop sharing your screen, and then I'll play it.
Let me do that. Okay. Thank you.
Disasters destroy more lives and livelihoods, undermining development and disaster risk reduction lags way behind. Simply put, risk creation. Every year, disasters destroy more lives and livelihoods, undermining development and locking people into poverty. But despite the scale of the threat, funding for disaster risk reduction lags way behind. Between 2010 and 2019, only 4.1% of disaster-related funding was spent on prevention and preparedness. Simply put, risk creation massively outstrips risk reduction. But it doesn't have to be like this. We aim to break the cycle of disaster, response, recovery, repeat. How? By switching the focus from managing disasters to managing risk. And it's a method that pays. Every dollar spent reducing risk can save 15 in post-disaster recovery costs. UNDRR delivers positive change by helping countries and communities make better decisions about risk. We collect and analyze the latest risk data and information. We support the rollout of inclusive multi-hazard early warning systems. We work with countries to embed risk reduction across all areas of governance, because risk is everyone's business. We bring together partners, experts, country and community leaders to share experiences and expertise. UNDRR works towards a safe and sustainable world.
New Iliatin Aloe.
Great, thank you so much. And I hope that quick video gives a good overview of the work we do at UNDRR and what we're trying to achieve. Can you see my slides again?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So that video told us, we know that disaster losses are increasing. The global outlook of the past 20 years showed that the number of medium to large scale disasters has increased from 350 to 500 disasters. And we know that this is very much underestimated. The figures are much higher than this. So 5 times higher than the previous 3 decades. And we can ask, why is this? Of course, the impacts of climate change are there. It's driving the increasing frequency and intensity of disasters. But that's not the only reason. We know that climate change won't affect everybody equally. And the reason for that is because of policies that are in place, legislation that are in place, the way our environments are designed and built. So it's really, we are increasing risk by investing and building in ways that don't take resilience and risk reduction into account. So it's not simply only because of climate change, even though that's one significant driver. Let's go on to the next slide. And this slide really shows you the increase in disaster impacts. We know that the economic impact of disasters is increasing over the period 1980 to 1999 versus the 20-year period 2000 to 2019. Economic losses are increasing. Number of people are affected is increasing by billions. Number of people losing their lives is increasing, but I'll get to that, there is some progress in that area, which is really great to report. And the number of disaster events are increasing. That doesn't just mean the number of hazards are increasing, it means the number of hazards that turn into disasters is increasing. So on to the next slide. The current, I guess, challenge we face is while the number of disaster events are increasing, the funding to prevention and risk reduction is not increasing. Currently, only about 4% of what's called disaster-related funding and financing goes before the disaster happens to reduce risk and build resilience. The vast majority of the funding is focused on reconstruction and recovery efforts and immediate humanitarian efforts. So we know this is not sustainable. Governments don't have the funding to keep this level of humanitarian and recovery financing sustained, neither do international donors. So we need to move that 4%, to grow that 4%, so more funding is allocated to financing risk reduction and resilience before a disaster event occurs. And this message here, we say a lot in UNDRR, this really shows the value for money in investing in risk reduction and prevention. So every $1 spent on reducing risk can save at least $15 in post-disaster recovery. So the math is clear, that the money that speaks for itself. But I think this politically can be a very tough sell. You're asking governments to invest in something that hasn't happened. And maybe the dividends of that investment might come 5, 10, 20 years down the line when a different government is in power. So the political sell of investing in prevention is critical. I think that's again where parliamentarians can take a much longer outlook when it comes to their decision making as well. It can be really drivers of that way of thinking. So what we try and do at UNDRR is really break this cycle of disaster response, recover and repeat. And as the chair said, that's really about changing that mindset from managing the disaster itself to managing the risks before the disaster happens. That's really our mandate, is to support countries and communities and civil society to be a part of this movement to break this cycle of disaster, respond, recover and repeat. And we are guided as UNDRR and as all, I think, DRR practitioners by the Sendai framework. So allow me to take a few moments to kind of unpack and explain what the Sendai framework is. It may be familiar to some, but I'm sure many have actually not heard of the framework. It's one of the 4 key intergovernmental documents that were adopted in 2015 around the time of the Sustainable Development Goals. So the Sendai framework was adopted in March 2015 and really gives the global policy blueprint on disaster risk reduction that countries can then translate into their own national approaches and national policies and legislation. So the Sendai framework, it was adopted in Sendai, Japan. Japan has been a long time advocate and leader in risk reduction because of the amount of disasters that occur in Japan. They've really been advocating this approach for many decades. The Sendai framework really looks at preventing new and reducing existing risk by strengthening the resilience of people, systems, and approaches. This is the overarching goal of the Sendai framework. And it's done with a focus on 7 global targets. And I'll explain quickly those global targets for you. We had the midterm review of the Sendai framework was in May last year, culminated in May last year with an event at the General Assembly in New York, where we really took stock of progress against these targets. The target A on reducing mortality is pretty self-explanatory. And this is the only target that's actually going in the right direction, which is very good news. Advances in early warning and evacuation have made a big difference there. But the other targets are less on track. Number of people affected by disaster, which includes livelihoods, so beyond mortality, is also increasing, unfortunately. The target C focuses on reducing economic losses due to disasters. We know this target is skyrocketing, and it's very difficult to even pinpoint the number of losses. But this is a target that's critical, I think, to economic development, to socioeconomic growth in a country. If you keep having disasters wiping away economic investments, it's really stifling development in many, many countries. So it's really a key target to get on top of. And similarly, target D, the Sendai framework focuses on reducing damage to critical infrastructure, schools, hospitals, roads, railways. And this is another target that's critical to development in many countries. Finding the investment to build something once is a challenge. Finding it to build it again is nearly impossible. And we know that the amount of money in the insurance sector or in contingency funds or in the cat bonds, the various disaster recovery funding that's out there, we know it's nowhere near close enough to cover the actual financial losses and the lost infrastructure. So again, a target that we really need to come to grips with. And the other 3 targets focus on increasing things, increasing the number of countries that have national DRR strategies. And having that strategy in place really is the bedrock of a national approach to reducing risk reduction. It's really the first step a country can take, is to get a national strategy in place and then translate that strategy at the local level. The target F is about increasing international cooperation to disaster risk reduction. That includes financing, but also transfer of technology and expertise. And it's also not just about funding specifically earmarked for disaster risk reduction. It's about integrating risk reduction across all different types of development supports, all different sectors, not just standalone financing. And last is on early warning systems, increasing the number of countries that have access to early warning systems. And we had a report out last year, and I believe, and I would have to double check, but only around 40% of our countries in Africa have access to well-functioning early warning systems. So there's really a big gap to address there. And you may have heard of the Secretary General's Early Warning for All initiative, where the Secretary General called for all countries on Earth to be covered by early warning systems by 2027. So a huge challenge there and a huge goal. And UNDRR with WMO are leading that initiative of the UN system. I think my colleagues will touch on that a little bit later. And I think probably what you heard this morning from SADC also is relating to that, to the work being done in the SHOC. It's a real contribution to this target G of the Sendai framework. And then there are 4 priorities, so 4 action areas that really need to, countries really need to grapple with to implement the Sendai framework. And the first is around understanding risk. So when you're developing policies and investment decisions, it really needs to be based on an understanding of risk. So creating national risk profiles, sectoral risk profiles, doing risk assessments from the national down to the local level, to really understand risk in all its dimensions. It's not just about the hazard, it's about the vulnerability. Who is vulnerable within a community, within a country? How many people, assets are exposed to that hazard? And then the capacity of those communities or those countries to absorb that shock. So really understanding the risk of a country in terms of vulnerability and exposure and capacity to respond. Priority 2 is on risk governance, and this is obviously a clear area where parliamentarians have a great role to play. Strengthening risk governance at the national and local level, not just having standalone strategies are kind of the phase 1, the beginning, but really integrating aspects of risk reduction in policy legislation across all different sectors. We know from experience that just having a DRR strategy is not sufficient. It really has to be integrated and embedded in legislation, in policies, in standards, in regulations across all sectors of society and the economy. And priority 3 is on investing. We know that having a great plan is one thing. If you don't have the finance to implement it, it's a big challenge. So investing in risk reduction, again, it's not just about having contingency funds, having ODA. It's about really financing, changing the way that money is spent so that risk reduction and resilience is included in all financial decisions across the financial sector. And then lastly, priority 4 is on building back better. And the key word here is preparing to build back better. We know from experience that unless countries have strategies, have legislation in place around land use, have financing in place before a disaster, that building back better really happens, even though it's a very nice slogan. I think if we all look at COVID, I'm not sure if we've built back better. Any country from following the COVID pandemic, there are many lessons. Some were learned, many were not. But if you don't have the policy in place on how to build back better before a disaster, it very rarely happens in the aftermath. So that's the 4 priorities of the Sendai framework. So I hope that gives you an idea of this guiding document that guides our work at UNDRR and gives the mandate for risk reduction. And what's most important is that document doesn't really stand on its own. It's integrated into the SDGs. It's integrated into the Addis Ababa Action Agenda on financing for DRR. It's linked to the Paris Agreement. So the idea is that every sector has a role to play in implementing disaster risk reduction. It's all about integration. So very quickly on our global impact, 126 countries at last count have developed national disaster risk reduction strategies. 156 countries are reporting against those 7 targets I outlined through what's called the Sendai Framework Monitor, and my colleagues will go into more detail on that the monitor in the next session. And 75 countries are receiving technical support from UNDRR related to risk reduction. And just to zoom in on the situation in the SADC region, 4 countries have national DRR strategies, which I think is probably not even 50%, but these are the countries that have reported on their strategy to UNDRR. There might be others that haven't reported through the Sendai Framework Monitor. There are 8 countries who are using this monitor to report against the 7 targets. We're supporting around 14 countries in the SADC region. Again, my colleagues will go into a bit more detail on that support in the next session. So how we work with SADC. First, which is not here, which is most important, is we have an MOU with the SADC Secretariat, which covers key areas of risk reduction where we have agreement to collaborate. And I think the work of this forum can very much help accelerate, I think, what's in that MOU. Secondly is supporting the shock, which I think you had quite a detailed presentation on before lunch, so I won't go into further detail on that. We're working very closely with colleagues in SADC to establish the situation room at the shock in Mozambique, and also working with the IFRC as well on that one. So in addition to supporting with the establishment of the situation room, it's now looking at training around early warning procedures and protocols, data sharing, including transboundary data, I think is an important issue in the SADC region, and supporting with the capacity to implement. So hopefully by the end of this year, many countries in the region will be benefiting from the bulletins and from the advisories that will be coming out of the SADC shock in Mozambique. And again, this is the country level support we're giving. Again, I won't go into too much detail because I know my colleagues will cover this later. Looking on supporting policies for infrastructure resilience, policies around tagging and finance and budget tagging and financing, and also early warning systems. And that's some of the technical support that we provide and the tools that we offer that we'll go into a bit more detail later. So really, what role can parliamentarians play in risk reduction? We know that a world where hazards don't lead to massive disasters, massive loss of life, and damaged infrastructure requires legislative and budgetary action. This is really the role where parliamentarians can step in and play a role. And this came through very clearly in the political declaration of the General Assembly on the midterm review of the Sendai framework. One of the bottlenecks at the midpoint is a lack of clear legislation. Where legislation is there, it's not monitored often, it's not enforced, there's no follow-up on whether legislation that exists is being implemented. So a clear role for parliamentarians there in ensuring that what has been passed is being implemented, but also reviewing what's there. Many countries have legislation that might be quite outdated, needs to be updated. Then also that sectoral approach I mentioned is ensuring that in legislation, standards, regulations, in budgeting, allocation, and expenditure across all sectors, that risk reduction is reflected there. So a clear role for parliamentarians. And how we at UNDRR can support you in doing this is one is this parliamentarian toolkit that we established with the IPU, the Interparliamentary Union. And the toolkit really explains the importance of DRR and how parliamentarians can play a role in supporting implementation of the Sendai framework at national level. It gives 10 actions that parliamentarians can apply to effectively influence and implement DRR policy, legal, financial, and oversight frameworks. And it really helps parliamentarians and parliaments to strengthen the oversight role that you play at the national level. So really, this is why we are extremely pleased to be here and to see this initiative coming from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, because there is a clear role that I think in many countries, parliamentarians maybe not are aware of how they can play this oversight role on risk reduction and implementing the Sendai framework. So some areas just to highlight from the toolkit that parliamentarians can show leadership in. First, as I mentioned, is enhancing that oversight and accountability for DRR policy implementation. Second is the development of DRR laws, frameworks, and norms. Third is creating that enabling environment for risk-informed investments. Asking even public sector investment, but certainly private sector investments, asking those decision makers to take risk into account is not often straightforward. There's often the misconception that it's more costly, but we know in the end it's actually more cost effective. So creating that enabling environment to encourage investors at the national level to make risk-informed investments. There's a strong role for that, I think, parliamentarians and parliaments in that space. The fourth is about building greater understanding and of risk reduction. So a bit of an advocacy role, I think, on risk reduction, and then coordinating across sectors on how risk reduction is integrated. This one's a little bit similar. It's also raising awareness amongst peers and your constituents on risk reduction and the role of parliamentarians in oversight in that space. And then last is on inclusive legislative processes. As it mentions in that video, risk reduction is truly everyone's business. Disasters affect everybody differently, depending on gender, on ability, on income level, on many different factors. So ensuring that legislative processes are quite inclusive and include feedback and input from all different stakeholders and all people who are affected differently by disasters. So lastly, just pose some questions, I guess, for deliberation. I think for you to consider in your work moving forward is to think about at a national level what committees are dealing with disaster risk, who has which committees have oversight for investment that can be engaged on risk reduction. Are there committees and institutions devoted to the Sendai framework in your country, or disaster risk reduction? Is that a gap that needs to be filled? And then what is the need for oversight and that this committee can do and other institutions can do in terms of risk governance and de-risking investments? And lastly, how implementation and oversight of DRR can be ensured across parliamentary cycles. As I mentioned, this is an issue that is a long-term issue which requires oversight by parliaments beyond the term of any one government. So it needs this long-term approach. So the role of parliament in taking that longer-term approach. With that, I will leave it there. Happy to take any questions, or very much looking forward to hearing your discussion. So once again, really thank you so much for the opportunity for us to present this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Thank you, Hugh. It is clear from the presentation that there is a real danger that unless we shift from disaster response to disaster resilience, we of course risk locking in disasters, and we will continue to operate in a cyclical fashion, as you've indicated, where we we have disasters, we recover from those disasters, and then we repeat the cycle. So I think certainly the IPU toolkit that you have referenced, the IPU and UNDRR toolkit can certainly help support this committee's own mechanisms for tracking and tagging parliamentary action on disaster risk reduction. And on that note, I will hand it over to the committee members in the room if there are any questions or comments or any of the questions that were posed by Hugh at the end of his presentation around how parliamentarians can assist and support disaster resilience. Any takers? Yes, we have a response from Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, our presenter. I just want to emphasize the most important aspect. I think that's of that one of prevention, that one of being proactive rather than waiting for the disaster to happen and then we manage the disaster. The importance of prevention saves lives. Lives are saved. And then also the recovery during disaster, it's quite fast, it's faster. And also it saves money. Like our presenter has rightfully said that if investing $1 in the case of prevention, in preventions, it's worth about $15 used after the disaster. Honorable Chair, this cuts across a number of challenges, not just disasters caused by climate change or the management of risk in the climate change, but also in the medical emergencies and risks. So the important point I just wanted to make is to contribute and spend a lot of our monies on prevention rather than acting after the disasters. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable from Lesotho. Do we have any additional reactions? Okay. Hugh, if you would like to maybe just respond to the reflections from the Honorable from Lesotho, but in addition, I also just wanted you to touch a little bit on the question that was posed by the same Honorable member from Lesotho, and I think it's of great importance, and it also got me thinking a little bit around the unlocking and repurposing of already scarce domestic resources. How can parliamentarians, guard against or rather repurpose and unlock domestic resources in a world that is, where we are moving towards the scarcity of resources? Madam SG, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much for making time for this committee. I think this goes a long way in terms of the mandate of the committee to really look into pathways for domestication. Now, we have tools out there that we see that we also appreciate, but I'd like for you to just say a little bit more about what parliamentary innovations can this committee consider without encroaching into the separation of powers, particularly because there's a report at a higher level with the executive in this regard, and we would not want to duplicate efforts or encroach However, we're looking at parliamentary action. You can draw from what IPU has already illustrated, but something much more where you see a gap that we can complement and bring on board for this committee to report on. And of course, we will come up with resolutions at various committees. We'll look at the pillars that you've presented and be able to report to the plenary assembly. That's what we'll ordinarily do here. However, for members of parliament at national level to effectively proceed with monitoring, what can you really, with the Sendai framework, how do you then give us an idea in terms of moving forward with that? Mindful of what I have already indicated. But otherwise, thank you so much. And of course, parliaments have like SDG committees. Some have whatever. So should we keep coming up with committees that, you know, respond? Or for instance, I like the IPU toolkit, which says this framework within the context of the SDGs. So could you say a little bit about that and draw the parallels with existing committees that could be helpful in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Here we'll now hand over to you to respond to some of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions and reflections. To the speaker from Lesotho, I really couldn't agree more. Is this focus on prevention is absolutely critical, and the need to raise, I think, greater awareness on the added value of prevention in terms of life lost and financial savings. And it's important to have the, I think, statistics can speak volumes in this case. So to have those statistics of once an investment is made, the impact of that in terms of lives lost and financial savings, I think is critical. In terms of financing, I think on unlocking and repurposing, indeed, it's a hard sell when countries are increasingly affected, by hazards, by disasters, specifically due to climate change. And the humanitarian needs are significant and the reconstruction needs are significant. And then to turn around and say, well, no, you should actually spend more money on prevention is not always an easy sell. But I think it's exactly as you mentioned about unlocking and repurposing. I think the idea of speaking about, raising billions to invest in DRR is not going to go very far. When you can look at each individual sector, how much is agricultural sector investing? How much is your transportation sector investing? How much is the energy sector investing? The ITC sector, health, education. When you take it down to that level, I think it's a lot more palatable. So the idea of ensuring that it's embedded in budgets and expenditure frameworks of each sector makes it a lot more palatable. And then in that case, it's repurposing. It's looking at smaller amounts of funding. So then looking across the private sector as well, I think if you can, again, convince or have those stats for the private sector of how much they would save in an investment over a period of time. If you look at the return period of disasters, it's increasing every year. What we used to talk about being this is a 1 in 100-year disaster, we know it's a 1 in 10-year disaster now. So you might have thought 20 years ago, oh, this disaster won't affect my investment, but that's changed with climate change. The likelihood of your investment being impacted. Therefore, I think you can advocacy at that level with the private sector can help because it's real. The impact is there. So indeed, in all investments, in all sectors in the private sector, is what percentage of that is focused on resilience? What kind of legislation, what kind of checks and balances can be in place to ensure that the private sector are not creating more risk in their investment, that they are not building in the wrong place, that they are building in ways that is sustainable and resilient, that they are not building in places that will attract other investments into risky areas. So really looking at that legislation and holding the private sector account. I think it's important to be honest about the private sector. Even if you do invest in a risk-informed way, you'll still make money. I think this idea that it will stifle growth is the opposite. So I would say it's the repurposing, integrating in budget and expenditure frameworks in all sectors, and then it's this advocacy and legislation and regulations with the way private money is put in place. And lastly, I would say having a proper DRR strategy in place, also having a DRR financing strategy in place can then very much help unlock financing, I think, from other sources. Quite often, I think we focus too much just, oh, insurance will cover it, or, you know, we'll get that cat bond when we hit a certain threshold. But there are many disasters that never hit that threshold that cumulatively have a huge economic impact. So you have a clear national strategy on how you want to finance resilience building at the national level. And that needs to be a really multifaceted strategy, looking at public sources, private sources, looking at pre-disaster, post-disaster sources of financing, and really based on your national risk assessment, on your levels of exposure and vulnerability and anticipated losses. If you have such a national strategy in place, you'll definitely, I think, attract more investment, and then I think development partners will be more likely to come in and to fund when they see a clear strategy on financing for resilience. Lastly, the question from the Secretary on innovation. I really liked what you said about creating pathways for domestication of the Sendai framework. It's happening, but I think it needs to happen a lot faster. So I think the key is to really identify what that pathway would look like. In terms of innovation, I think a lot of parliamentarians, maybe SADC is ahead of other regions, been having this conversation. But I think in many countries, a lot of parliamentarians, I think, lack the understanding of what the Sendai framework is and what risk reduction really means, and that this idea of shifting from response to prevention. So I think lots of advocacy and capacity building is needed. I think in many countries and amongst parliamentarians to even understand what we talk about when we talk about risk reduction. And I think having model laws in place, not just all regulations, in place. I think having model regulations can really make a big difference in helping guide countries. You know, so when we talk about investment in infrastructure in key sectors, you know, has there been a risk assessment? You know, a legislation that can really have a bit of a checklist to guide. So those kind of model templates, I think many countries struggle to know where to start. So those models coming from a forum like this would be really important. In terms of DRR committee, it's a bit of it's a tricky one because you really want to focus on integration. And I think the idea that your SDG committee, your climate committee, your finance committee should be taking on DRR into their work rather than creating a standalone committee. It doesn't hurt maybe to have a short term. The trouble with committees, once you establish a committee, it's hard to unastablish the committee. I think if you have such a DRR committee and it's still here in 20 years, then the committee is not doing its job. The idea would, the focus of a committee should be on driving that integration across other committees, other sectors. So it should be something quite short term that's designed, you know, for a few years to have an impact. Yeah, I think I've covered everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hugh. We have another hand from Tanzania.
Thank you very much. And may I start by thanking the presenter, how beyond, I don't know, the name is spelled Bayonon, for his very good presentation. And to say truly, there is one thing which is going in my head and wish to think loud. I like the way he said, developing partners will come in when they see there is a clear strategy. Now, by then, that country is already heated. Now you are telling me, and here I'm speaking as me, after having a clear strategy. But allow me to think loud when I think of these disasters, which have been there long time. For those who read Bible, there was Noah's Ark, And then there's this story of Titanic. There have been floods all over. There have been droughts, locusts, cyclones, landslides. Those are God will disasters. But when it comes to people, then we're sometimes majority are not taking good care of what God gave us. And so there are more additional disasters. Now, my question to you, how fast do you developing countries rush to this, do you developed countries rush to the developing countries where they're in disaster? Because when you tell me that when those countries have clear strategy, the country is already heated. No roads are not passable. People are in devastated manner, nowhere to rush to. Now I'm just thinking loud. And here I say, me as Shirley, I'm not speaking for anybody. Please help me and see how best you friends can assist, because it makes me feel, I don't know, confused. The way you are nodding your head seems you understand what I'm thinking of. Thank you so much. I really appreciate.
Sure, Honorable, please go ahead.
And also, it has been pointed out this morning that there must be data before any action can be taken. And at what stage? Thank you.
Please go ahead, Madam SG.
No, just a quick one, Toko. This morning, one of the resolutions that came out of Mauritius was that we must develop a matrix. Is this an opportunity to find out if this matrix will be a shadow matrix on the existing reporting mechanism, or do you foresee us thinking of something else? I mean, we cannot behave like a CSO per se, but I know it's going to come back. It's one of the resolutions, and that Honorable Speaker Mdenda made on the floor of plenary, to say, if indeed we are hearing that Mauritius has all these systems in place, and they still have mudslides, they still have issues to deal with A, B, C, D, should we perhaps as a SADC PF come up with a metrics where we'll be able to drive countries to see what is the investment case, what are the resilient issues we need to consider, and therefore what action should be contemplated? I don't know, Toko, if you raised this morning on the matters arising, if this is something you may follow up to gain insight from you.
But you can go ahead. Okay.
Should I respond? I couldn't quite hear.
Oh, no, someone else is speaking now. Just give us a second.
Yes, before you respond, Mr. Payan, what the SG is saying is very important, because I think it's like she's saying, the metrics would then help to say, this is what is happening in country X, and we can, other countries can learn from that country what what initiatives they are doing, and probably how the funding came about and what they spent on a particular initiative. And then other countries will be aware of what they are supposed to do in terms of, attending to those, attending to the risk that comes with the disasters, in order for the countries to be prepared. And also we're talking about limited funding here. Other countries like Honorable Shadi from Tanzania has pointed out, it would seem that other countries are forward in terms of the resources that they put into the the disaster risk reduction. So even for the SADC countries, if we would have this kind of a matrix, I believe it is going to help. And also, thank you, Madam SG. This will also form part of the recommendations to plenary. Thank you.
Hugh, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, and for these two, I think, very, very important questions. I very much liked what the speaker from Tanzania said, that we're not taking care of what we've been given. I think that is the crux of the matter when it comes to risk reduction. But in terms of clarifying on strategies, what I'm referring to, one is, yes, having a national strategy for disaster risk reduction. We know that just because we have a strategy, the money doesn't always come. But I was talking about also having a strategy on financing risk reduction at a national level. And the benefit of having that strategy is not only identifying sources of contingency funding and having that in place, and funding that would be released once the disaster happens. So you mentioned the CAT bonds, the ARC, the Africa Risk Capacity, the trigger-based funding mechanisms that, in the event of a disaster, would support a country not only in reconstruction, but maintaining its balance of payments despite the losses of GDP. So those mechanisms that would trigger after a disaster, then also coupling that with identifying sources of finance, be it domestic or international, on how to fund resilience building initiatives, and then also identifying how the private sector would come in. So the reason I mentioned this a strategy like this, a DRR financing strategy, because it would very much show to investors that as a country, you have thought about, okay, these are our potential losses. These are the steps we can take to mitigate those losses. This is the funding we have that will be triggered post-disaster. These are the types of financing we'd like to identify to support our risk reduction efforts. I think having such a strategy to show that a country is, gives reassurance, I think, to investors that a country has thought about all these different financing approaches to build resilience. So when I say funding would come, not automatically, but having a national DRR financing strategy, I think, shows both public and private investors, gives reassurance that a country is taking these potential losses into account, and it creates that enabling environment, I think, for investing. On the question on data, yes, data is critical. You have to know your risk, to know how to invest and where you want to reduce the risk. So also data of risk exposure, but also data related to losses. You might be familiar with the Santiago network and the loss and damage fund that was finally approved at the COP last year after many years of negotiating. So to access that kind of funding for loss and damage, you really need to have the data to know the amount of losses your country is occurring or could potentially occur. But also the importance of knowing when the data is good enough. I think it's never going to be perfect. There needs to be a threshold. Okay, we have a level of confidence in this data that we can make decisions based on this data. So it's never going to be perfect, but knowing when the data is good enough, I think it is important to do that. In terms of a matrix, I think it was mentioned that having a matrix to show the value of investment, I think is really important. I would certainly caution against creating new matrices, new reporting frameworks, and adding that additional burden. We have the Sendai Framework Monitor and the targets of the Sendai Framework, which is already linked into the SDGs and those 169 indicators. And we're also working, part of what we do at the political level is making sure that any new international agreement follows the same existing goals and targets of the Sendai Framework. So you might be familiar with the Doha Programme of Action for the least developed countries, which was adopted last year. Next week, there'll be the new 10-year Programme of Action for the SIDS being developed in Antigua and Barbuda. And very soon also the Programme of Action for the landlocked developing countries, which I think impacts many countries in the SADC region. the idea is that the same targets and goals can be integrated in those other intergovernmental agreements, so that as member states, you're only reporting on a few indicators. I would really kind of caution for any kind of matrix development or reporting framework that it doesn't add additional burden to what's already there. And just in closing, it was really nice to hear from Tanzania to note that actually in the second week of June, we will be working with the government there to open a situation room in Dodoma that will be providing at the national level the bulletins and the advisories and the forecasts at the national level, which will then link to the situation room at the SADC SHOC in Mozambique. So Tanzania will be the first, I believe, national level situation room as part of this regional and continental approach, early warning, early action. So really excited to be inaugurating that with the government on the 14th of June. Just want to plug that out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hugh. Thank you, Hugh. We have one hand from Seychelles.
Thank you. I've got a very short question. You know, sometimes following the question that Honorable Shali has asked, why is it that sometimes international organizations, they tend to be reluctant to finance for risk management, and yet when the disaster has struck, post-disaster, it's more easier to get funds for loss and damage. Why is it? It's a silly question, but I just would like to know why, because they are not as receptive to help when we were asking for fund for risk management to prevent the risk. But yet when the disaster has struck, it's easier for you to get funds for reparation. Why is it?
Thank you, Honorable. Hugh, if you would like to respond to that question.
I think this is the age-old question. As I mentioned, is the 4% of disaster-related financing goes to prevention. I think it's the same for all countries, even as development partners. When you can show that you, as a country, came in to support post-disaster, it has very tangible impacts that are media worthy and that can show that the country we supported another country. When you say we helped a country, invest in infrastructure that was resilient, it's a harder sell. But I think advocacy, unfortunately, we do a lot of work on advocacy. The needle is moving, but far too slowly. I think one thing to hold countries to account a little bit is many of the agreements in the UN system all member states have agreed to. Some of those I mentioned, if you look at the Doha Program of Action for the least developed countries, there are clear commitments in there from development partners, from donor countries to enhance their support to the LDCs on prevention and risk reduction. I think we can do a lot more to hold that document back up to the donors to say you have actually made this commitment. So the intergovernmental commitments are there. So I think it's more advocacy. Again, I think if the countries to come with maybe a stronger ask, going back to strategies, got a clear piece of support that we give as UNDRR, to have a clear strategy and outlining we need investment in these sectors, in XYZ sector, this amount, based on a real risk assessment. I think if you have clear proposals, that can sometimes, I think, help with the finance, but probably not a satisfactory answer to a very difficult question about human psyche, I think, but thanks.
All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, thank you. Some of the key discussion points that I picked up, and I hope I do justice to them. Of course, focusing on harnessing the role of parliaments and looking at innovative ways around parliamentary action on disaster risk reduction. which of course does not attempt to duplicate the existing efforts. And of course, there's equally a caution against developing new metrics and new monitoring mechanisms, but rather focus on the shortcomings and implementation bottlenecks and how parliamentarians can effectively support that. I think critically, I think the SADC Secretariat as well as UNDRR will continue to engage on this to look at meaningful ways in which parliamentarians can innovatively guard against the implementation bottlenecks for DRR. Another call to action is around financing. I think that was one of the key discussion points that flowed through the deliberations today. That there is, of course, an imperative to not only develop national strategies on disaster risk reduction, but equally to develop financing strategies that looks at how we can repurpose national resources and how those can be effectively used. That summarizes, I hope, the discussion as succinctly as I possibly could. I think that brings us to the end of this session. I'm not sure if Sarah is ready, if she's online, or should we conclude this here?
I don't see Sarah online, but my colleagues Roberto and Michaela stand ready to go into the next session whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, perfect. We can then go on to Michaela and Roberto.
Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished delegates. Pleasure to be here, and thank you for the very rich discussions. So I will start with the presentation and then pass it over to my colleague Michaela. Let me just share my screen. Please confirm that everything is in order and that you can see my screen. Okay, so is it okay? Can you see the screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So just to continue on the presentation that Hugh has made, I would like to present on reporting frameworks and mechanisms for disaster risk reduction. So we'll go into exploring a little bit more the Sendai framework monitoring as one of the mechanisms to track and monitor implementation of DRR strategies, but also of objectives. And then also go a little bit more into details of each one of the targets. So just for you in a nutshell, this might be might look a little bit of a complex slide, but basically, if you look at on your left side, we have a target A to D, which are all targets that basically have the objective of reducing losses, damages and losses. So reducing the number of deaths, reducing the affected people, reducing the direct disaster economic losses, and reducing the damage to infrastructure. Of course, I mean, the way we are measuring it is in relation to population size and GDP and so on. And then we have other three targets. These are targets E to G. These are targets that we want to increase, that these are basically measuring progress and how we are progressing in terms of DRR strategies, in terms of financing for DRR, and then in terms of early warning system. Just, you know, everything in the same slide, also to pass the concept that we have all of these targets integrated into the SDG reporting. So also to make sure that there is a clear understanding that, you know, reporting on these targets is directly linked to reporting to the SDG. So this is not a separate process. The Sendai framework monitoring is part of the SDG reporting. And here on the right side, you have the related SDGs targets. So we had, as mentioned also by Hugh, we had the midterm review of the Sendai framework, which came basically with, I mean, the main outcome was a political declaration of UN member states. And in relation to priority 2 of Sendai, which is strengthening disaster risk governance, we have a clear reaffirmation of the urgency of implementing the Sendai framework as an integral part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And as mentioned, also they need to adopt a risk-informed approach, and also the commitment from member states to fostering collaboration across global and regional mechanisms and institutions for the implementation and coherence of instruments and tools relevant to disaster risk reduction, such as, for example, as it has been mentioned also by you distinguished delegates, the link with the climate change and adaptation and biodiversity sustainable development. This is just a snapshot of the system. I'm just selecting a specific target, which is target related to the establishment and development of the national disaster risk reduction strategies. This is the snapshot for SADC member states. We have, of course, many member states that are already reporting and have confirmed the presence of the DRR strategy. This is Malawi, and we have Zimbabwe, we have Eswatini, we have Mauritius, and then we have also Namibia and Botswana that have started reporting but have not, assessed the relevance of the DRR strategy. Just to mention, of course, this is just the picture that is officially reported to us. This does not mean that member states that you see that are not color-coded in the picture do not have a DRR strategy. I would like to just also move into how do we measure progress in relation to the implementation of the DRR strategy. So one thing is we are measuring whether DRR strategies are there, whether they are related to Sendai. But another thing is measuring whether the strategy has the kind of implemented. I mean, there are the necessary tools to implement this strategy, ranging from financing, legislation, and so on. So we have done. I just want to show you a snapshot of what we are looking at when we look at in the institutional landscape at the country level. And just this is an example, and just for you to really understand what we are looking at and how the parliamentarians can actually support us. So for us to ensure that there is implementation of the DRR strategy, of course, we need a strong legal and policy framework. It's not enough to just have a DRR strategy. We need to have a detailed action plan, so with concrete responsibilities, budget indicators for us to measure and to understand how much we would need to request to Minister of Finance, through partners, and so on. Of course, a solid institutional governance structure for DRR, high-level multi-sectoral strategic mechanism, all of society mechanism for exchange and coordination. So like a platform, we have been mentioning the need for possibly having these platforms that exist, also integrating a component of DRR, sufficient human and financial resources at DRR institutions, including at the local level, sectoral integration of DRR consideration, DRR and CCA systematic coordination and leverage synergies. And the example I have here is from the Indian Ocean region, where Madagascar, Mauritius, and Seychelles, we have been going through the institutional landscape and the DRR strategies to measure these factors. Also to mention that we have done a review of all, globally, of basically DRR strategies, and based on how member states have been reporting. And just as a general trend, this does not necessarily only apply to SADC member states or to Africa. The general trend is that DRR financing and investment remains an area of urgent priority and attention across the region, not only from the size of resources, but also in terms of addressing it in the strategic documents, in the legislation. So budgetary allocation and funding opportunities should be systematically considered as part of financing plans to ensure that DRR strategy implementation. We can share also links to all these documents. Now, talking about investments, of course, what also is needed in terms of really understanding the kind of investment mechanism that could enhance the implementation of DRR strategies, the objective of the country in relation to reducing disaster risk. So looking at existence of well-defined financing strategies, this has been mentioned also, disaster fund established by law, existing system for tracking investments in DRR and CCA, for monitoring, increase the reduction in budget allocation. Existing system for tracking ongoing DRR projects, maybe at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, understanding of all partners that are implementing in the country, and really making sure that there is a clear picture of who is doing what. Independent sources of funding without overlaying on outside resources. So that is not the non-reliability on humanitarian aid or official development assistance for implementing the national priorities. I'm moving now to another target, because that is another target that, of course, it has been mentioned, and it's also one that is overlooked, which is related to infrastructure. So we have been hearing about the issue of roads, bridges, and then of course that many developing countries have already infrastructure in critical status, but we have a specific target that is meant to measure how disasters affect infrastructure, and we are working now, we're pushing the agenda to improve the resilience of these infrastructures. So we have developed a principle for resilient infrastructure, and this has been developed with many experts and member states to really define what are the areas and the principles that can lead countries to improve the resilience of their infrastructure. Here I have also another element that I put in the slide, which is the handbook for implementing those principles. And the handbook main objective is actually transforming principles into action, right? So really identifying, okay, how can we now really build this resilience of infrastructure, identifying the main stakeholders that need to be targeted from, governance side, investment side, providers, also innovation and application. And then also identifying what are the steps needed to build over time the resilience of the infrastructure. There is a clear role, of course, for parliamentarians, which is mainly related, but of course, among others, to improve the regulatory compliance and enforcement policies, creating standards and guidelines for all of these actors to actually be, key driver of the resilience of infrastructure. That's all, but I would like to move just back one slide, because I think that's very relevant also for parliamentarians. In relation to the area of risk governance, also here it is obvious and clear the role that parliamentarians have, because there is a need to establish clear, strong oversight and mandates in their legislation, regulations, and of course enforcement. Similar to what I was saying in relation to the infrastructure sector, generally in the area of risk governance, this is a clear added value that is needed for enforcing, and implementing their strategies. Thank you so much for your attention. I will pass now to my colleague, Michaela.
Thank you. And thank you, Roberto. Honorable members, let me just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I will briefly just discuss financing for DRR, looking a little deeper at some of the elements that were discussed by my colleague. So just building off of what Hugh and Roberto have already discussed about the midterm review, there was a call for increased investments and financing in DRR, 3 to be specific: 1, to identify gaps in public actions on DRR, and mainstreaming risk reduction into financial and other frameworks. The second, encouraging DRR and resilient investments. And the third, developing innovative instruments and tools to finance disaster risk reduction. And as we look at national financing frameworks, we do want to make sure that risk reduction is included alongside shock absorption. So we're looking at disaster prevention, ensuring damages are limited, but then also ensuring financial resilience of public entities and individuals, and rapid construction and recovery efforts to limit economic scarring effects within the country. UNDRR has developed an approach to looking at national DRR financing frameworks, and specifically how to go about this for countries. The first step is to understand the financial consequences of disasters within the countries. And this is really looking at loss and damage data. Is it reported, monitored, and analyzed to be able to understand what are your annual losses, what are your historical losses related to disasters. After this, you can analyze the existing financial landscape. I will talk about briefly the budget tagging for disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation that specifically goes into identifying how, as a country, you're spending money on DRR and climate change, and looking at the expenditures. Next, you would see identify and prioritizing financial needs. This is looking at the priorities that are already outlined in the national DRR strategies and action plans, the cost of implementing those strategies and plans, and then also looking at the integrated national financing framework guidance note that was produced last year. And that will really help you match the needs of the country to the financing options that are available domestically or internationally. And then lastly, you would develop a financing and implementation plan for DRR, designing a framework for how to access DRR financing. So specifically, as I mentioned, the budget tagging and tracking for DRR and climate change adaptation. This was a taxonomy and methodology that was designed last year, and it looks to quantify public expenditures on DRR and climate change adaptation, allowing countries to understand their spending and better plan for the future, ensuring that DRR and climate change adaptation is mainstreamed through the budget planning process and the resource allocation process to improve transparency. And hopefully this will help uncover funding gaps and monitor effectiveness of spending and help facilitate decision-making and raise awareness with partners. And this taxonomy and methodology will actually be rolled out in 3 SADC countries, in Mauritius, Seychelles, and Madagascar later this year with support from UNDRR. And within this, I think there's a lot of elements in why this could be important to legislators and parliamentarians. It creates a clear picture of how funds can be used and holding the government accountable for its spending choices. It allows you to monitor how much is being allocated comparative to previous years and the objectives. And then also you can analyze and identify trends, assess effectiveness of the spending, and uncover potential areas for efficiency. In addition, it would inform the development of budgets, annual budgets, and budget allocations, allowing for data-driven insights. And mainstreaming of DRR, as Hugh mentioned earlier, it's very important for DRR not to be seen as one sector, but for it to be mainstreamed across different sectors and engaging different stakeholders. So looking at health, agriculture, education, environment, infrastructure, and other sectors within your country. In addition to this, we're looking at integrated national financing frameworks, INFF, for disaster risk reduction. This guidance note allows us to properly assess financial and non-financial risk, use this to inform financial related decisions. It identifies different mechanisms for accessing DRR financing, international and domestic scale, and different options with pros and cons and different case studies. And I think this is a really good resource based off of the question that came earlier of how do we finance DRR and how can we mobilize domestic funding, but then also international. And then lastly, the climate resilience classification framework. This is a tool that's linked here and we can share, but it addresses the lack of resilient standards and norms for capital market investments in resilience and frames the development of a climate adaptation taxonomy for resilience bonds. So looking at the private sector, looking to how they can also be incentivized to invest in DRR within your countries. So because this session really is looking at different ways to monitor and different ways that parliamentarians can be engaged in the financing for DRR, I wanted to pull out a few key themes here. There's obviously allocation of resources or creation of a DRR fund for capacity building and targeted DRR investments. As discussed, there is a role in budgetary oversight of DRR funds, and there is a need for cost-benefit analysis to identify what are the bankable projects and how that can be taken forward. There's the role in the development, informing, and monitoring of national DRR strategies and and financing national financing frameworks, ensuring DRR is mainstreamed from the national to the local level across all sectors and using different mechanisms, ensuring that there's risk-informed investments, using the data that is being collected through the Sendai Monitor, but also at the national level, and ensuring that DRR measures that are being enforced or being funded should be monitored, reported, evaluated, adjusted, improved, and enforced from the national to the local level. And the last two, I think, are two additional ways that financing can be included is to promote greater investment and risk reduction through different financial incentives that can be passed at the policy level, including tax breaks or discounts or insurance costs. And then also deterring risk, so introducing taxes or fines for risk-generating behaviors. And so these are different things that are all pointed out in the toolkit for parliamentarians, which again was produced by the Interparliamentary Union and UNDRR, and is a really good resource that can be used going forward by those trying to introduce and integrate disaster risk reduction into the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals at the national level. I will end here. I'm not sure if my colleague Sarah is on the line. She had a few points to make before we closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela, and greetings to you all. I'm Sarah Wade Apicella with the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction based in our Geneva headquarters, and very pleased to be with all of you today, and with appreciation also to my colleagues in the Regional Office for Africa for providing these tools. I simply wanted to appreciate also the partnership with the SADC Parliamentary Forum and acknowledge their participation in a recent dialogue that was held with a number of parliamentarians who were attending the 148th session of the IPU here in Geneva about 6 weeks back. During these discussions, we were informed that it would be very important to have tools or to be able to perhaps adapt the tools and guidance that exist for the use of MPs, particularly towards screening and preparing budgets or screening and reviewing policies and legislation. And we would hope that some of the tools we have provided today could be adapted or could be used in your efforts, in your endeavors through the relevant committees. In particular, the budget tagging and tracking for DRR and CCA investment may be quite useful for your deliberations on budgets. In addition to existing model law and other support that exists, we think that the 10 key elements for ensuring disaster risk reduction strategies are kind of Sendai compliant or risk compliant might also be of use as a kind of simple initial screener. But what we really look forward to is hearing from you how these tools can support you in your work, and want to hear what other recommendations or needs might you have where we could be of support and partnership through regional parliamentary networks, particularly SADC Parliamentary Forum. So I just wanted to thank you all and looking forward to your ongoing discussions and deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto, Michaela, and Sarah, for providing some of these tools and the monitoring mechanisms that is out there on the Sendai framework, particularly on assessing legal and policy frameworks, ensuring that there is a detailed action plan on DRR, and also around budgeting and ensuring a solid institutional and governance mechanisms and coordination to ensure an all of society approach to disaster risk reduction. And honorable members, if we recall from the presentation this morning, that the drivers of inaction and the impacts thereof are rooted particularly specifically in these very issues around the lack of coordination to ensure a multi-sectoral approach to disaster management, the inability to learn from lessons and prepare us to guard against or be resilient towards further risks, as well as the unsustainable development practices, as well as poor implementation of policies and the lack of enforcement of national legislation. I think these clearly solidify and identify the role that parliamentarians have around ensuring that we do guard against disaster risks, and also the tools that were explained and that were presented to us, particularly around financing and the budget tagging and climate change adaptation, as well as disaster risk reduction tracking guide, I think is such a useful tool for parliamentarians to be informed around spending for disaster risk reduction, so that you are able to effectively exercise your oversight functions. On that note, I will again refer back to the members. If there's any comments or reflections, we can hear those. Madam SG, please go ahead.
No, thank you. Just on behalf of SADC PF and the chairperson and the membership, Sarah, let me thank you so much for being exceedingly kind and keeping your word. It's quite important for partnerships that we could rely on you, and on short notice, when the forum reached out, you found the need and value for this work, and we have taken note of this commitment, and I believe that we will further engage to make sure that the SADC region and the citizens do benefit from this engagement. Thank you very much.
Any further reflections? I think none at this point. I think we've exhausted many of the questions and pressing comments that were in the minds of the members. So I think we will end here if the members allow. Thank you. Hand it over back to the Honorable Chair.
At this point in time, let me invite the committee secretary to give us some updates, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. At this point, we wish to inform the members that we are not going to go to the presentation of the reports as we had intended, but we request that the members who have not submitted any the reports, we request that you do so with the Secretariat. We have received a report from Malawi, a written report, and I was advised by Lesotho and Seychelles that they do have a report, and Zimbabwe. So kindly share with the Secretariat through Paulina or Agnes. Also, honorable members, you recall that at the beginning of the meeting, we requested the members to ensure that they fill in the evaluation forms and submit to the Secretariat. I've already shared the link for the evaluation form to the WhatsApp group of the honorable members. Kindly fill in those before you exit the room, because it's not a long form. Also, I think that would be all. I have also shared the presentations for today. I think if there's any other presentation documents that we need to share, for instance, the toolkits and the reporting frameworks that the colleagues from UNDRR and also from the SADC Secretariat have shared, we are going to share with the members for purposes of the reference. Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm going to hand over to the chairperson to proceed with the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Honorable members, just to be reminded, let's not forget to lay the reports to the Secretariat, just as advised by the clerk, and also let's fill in the form. May you please go to your WhatsApp, to the WhatsApp group. It has been circulated. There's a link when you open your WhatsApp. And let me give the floor to the Secretary General.
Honorable members, this is the same form you filled. If you did attend your own committee sessions, it's the same form. I'd also like to add that please, if you have not also filled for your own committee, you must also do that. I'm worried because Honorable Shelley doesn't seem to recall the form, but we will assist you. We are here. We'll quickly assist you to open the link and fill. But I'm also kindly requesting that honorable members, please fill in for your own committees. The reason why we're doing this is simply, honorable members, we need to be able to inform the policy decisions of the SADC-PF. As you have noticed, some committees met virtually, some met physically. Secondly, this also has an impact on the resolution that you have already taken regarding how committees should meet and the approved budget that you have passed through the plenary assembly. We therefore need to look at the efficiency of both models. We also need to look at the attendance of members, the participation of members as some of the indicators for us to be able to measure our effectiveness. We don't want to go to EXCO and say, for instance, members don't like virtual meetings, when in fact you all attended virtual meetings. We don't want to go and say we couldn't form a quorum, members could not come. We don't want to go and say some members attended for 2 minutes, others for 1 hour, others for 6 hours. We want to be able to give facts. So we have that electronically in terms of your participation and other things. But if you fill the form, we may have reasons why, for instance. But if we don't fill the form, we will misrepresent you. And when EXCO considers this report, it may not reflect the true picture. So honorable members kindly assist us, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now be going to the closing remarks. Yes, you have the floor,
I had
Honorable.
raised my hand, not just to give my apology. I thought we were going to submit the report after we have presented. So my apology, I wanted to go on record. I have my report. I'll just go through it and do a bit of correction because when you present, you add something. But I thought that we were going to present it and then.
No, it's fine,
submit
Honorable.
it.
That's okay.
But also share each of your reports in the group, because you'll find that we'll capture your report in the report to the plenary assembly, so that we also don't misrepresent country progress.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for the guidance. Honorable members, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Boang Segoma, SADC PF Secretariat, staff of the National Parliament, esteemed presenters, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. From the onset, allow me to pay particular tribute to the esteemed presenters for a well-researched, informative, and timely presentations. Not only have they highlighted the importance of disaster preparedness in our region, but they have also reminded us of our role as the Model Laws Oversight Committee tasked with monitoring the domestication of model laws and implementations of related instruments, including disaster risk reduction frameworks. Further, they have enlightened us on the need for carrying out our mandate through calling for reports from parliaments and living by example in submitting those reports ourselves as chairpersons of the committees, tasked with considering various thematic issues for the attainment of the SDGs. One must commend the initiative taken by the forum in ensuring that the committee deliberates on the plenary resolutions and engaging experts to assist in unpacking and offering strategies for their implementation so that they do not remain only in paper, but are translated into actionable steps and brought to fruitification. We further commend the Secretariat for ensuring that the committee meets to tackle topical issues so that the region is not left behind in climate governance, which is not static, but advances with the new challenges posed by climate change. It is hoped that our governments will prioritize domestication of the legislation that addresses climate change issues, and that our parliaments will actively exercise their oversight role in this regard and produce the required reports for proper evaluation of their DRR initiatives. Let me further thank the presenters for the presentations and point out that not only have they sensitized us on the Sendai framework, but they have also offered possible strategies for monitoring the domestication and implementation of the framework. The presentations have also helped identify and provide clarity on the roles of parliamentarians in ensuring the development of frameworks and mechanisms for disaster risk reduction. You will agree with me, honorable members, that our interaction with the presenters has thrown a challenge to us as parliamentarians to be more robust in ensuring our representative role by taking into account the concerns of the communities regarding disaster risk management and our budget oversight role to ensure that national budgets are sufficiently robust to invest largely in the disaster risk reduction. I remain confident that honorable members will utilize the information acquired to diligently serve the SADC citizenry by prioritizing the issues covered in the meeting, not only to accelerate the domestication of the Sendai framework in our respective countries, but also ensuring monitoring and evaluation of its implementations through the structured reporting frameworks and mechanisms which we have been accordingly enlightened on today. At this juncture, let me seize this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all honorable members present here for taking time from other equally important assignments to attend to this meeting. A word of thanks also for the active participation, valuable interventions and contributions that each member has made throughout our deliberations today. Without your participation, or members, the committee would not have made the progress that has been made today. In other words, we have been able to successfully deliberate on matters of importance to our region only because each one of you, honorable members, was committed to the cause and you made your presence count. The positive outcome of this fruit, or the positive outcome is the fruit of your hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, permit me to thank the Secretary General and her staff who have worked tirelessly to make this meeting a success. I also wish to thank all partners who continue to support us in various ways, including the sponsors for the meeting and the presenters for today. Without your support, the committee would not have been able to achieve the milestones they have reached during their 2-year tenure in this high-level committee. With these few remarks, it is now my singular honor to declare this meeting officially closed, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, thank you for serving us for the past 2 years. We appreciate. We hope that you continue to guide us from experience with this committee, that you'll also support other members. So thank you so much for graduating as chairs of chairs. We'll appreciate, we'll make you small certificates because I think this is a very important committee to set in. Thank you very much. Mrs. Mungandi has had the certificates. Indeed, indeed, you know, we should really applaud our chairperson for leading us. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you very much, SG. At home, when you clap like this, they say that the mangoes are dropping.